to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He is off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio. But no, he can't do it. Tor
the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the sidearm 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! I had him dinner first, oh my... What a...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the quarter attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my
You just
god!
don't check the angle they just died from.
but it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the fuser down, but they need the kills. Ryonix now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Ryonix can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Ryonix now in a 1v1.
No way.
Tons getter inside of Teller's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Ryonix. He needs to get this goal on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Ryonix now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is insane!
He has to get on this diffuser. Ryonix needs to kill. And he'll get it. Invictus comes.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his second of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. If they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and she just walks out and
just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Jolaire swings, puts some damage down. Level down to 7-8 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live you, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now at 1v2. They have to bleach and say, not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion. I have a plan for its default plan. He doesn't have the support. It looks like he does Snake forcing Jimmy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he could be shredded out. Kills, starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining, the plan going down, and 1 remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but instantly turned out from Snake. And big 5 victory.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. A little top.
Rule the flame, control all. Not trying to make it difficult to back his position. Gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's the 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shreddy as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out quarter 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the...
There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat. And now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area. Epic now inside. We're just gonna completely go back into their spawn.
Defenders going up this because they know how important it is to get the first. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
And now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down. Then he's gonna get him safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1. Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out of position. 4-1 to Lucky Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. This is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Red line as well. Poison playing his demons. You don't know that hit. The user is rough. It's immediately refrag. Seconds left. Sparks continue to fly out. Did he get another one as well? All of them to Unreal. He finds one. He's going to go for the slash pick. He's going to find him, and he does it! Unreal with the clutch! Has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Dami even to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to get him a 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One toxic pick still available. Smoke arrow arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. Then you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time, the little HPs, and Dami secures it. Okay,
but they will again have a fight.
The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left with all that we have, and it's all left up to twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. Oh, he has to get one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Lucky Aimers.
And Zonky's the one to win 1 with 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
So they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator. JJ, the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. It is JJ, the man of the hour.
Recoverable based on both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. So he the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top row, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Samuel has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to his D4. Because now we see Twist left all alone. In a 1 versus 2 effectively, 1 versus 3 if they can get here up. And now they can all adapt. You can have to get into the side. Well, they're going to be difficult.
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry. The last round, a huge Nitro Cell. But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Dexy falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. You can't even leave this prison balance. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
Lock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's going to be Jet now going for Bill. Is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Spins. They has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch!
In control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Diddy and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate us now, but now low HP comes back to by Diddy. And Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
And no way we're contesting from mid-reg. Finding the second kill. Finally going to be clear there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's going to be met like Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it.
To push him off the solar, but in doing that,
taking a little bit of that damage, taking that earlier damage, and what the?
What a flick. My god. And still more cards for the Lion. This team finally show the second up the clock though. Also, left limping, he might fall right here. A triple for the Lion, now only stealth remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed keep up. Or she might reveal his position, but the flick on the flicker finally. One spot where he could realistically beat. And the frost map, the Lion strikes from the grave, my god.
He's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are HP doing? They lost the fuser in the middle of phase 3, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more ice scanners, and Arrow Rice had all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Eskin. Wins the round, and the game for
Revive Kira, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G. Very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kira. Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Blitz Season 3. I'm Elias, being joined by High Bear for the, I believe, second promotional match of this stage of the tournament, which should be a pretty good time given the stakes that are present. So, I mean, why waste time?
It's a big game, Kelsey. I'm happy to be here. I'm so excited to be casting these two teams we got for you guys. First up, Core Academy versus the Youngs. 2 fan-favorite rosters with all sorts of talented players. We'll be seeing them take on a best of 3 right here, and stakes are on the line, as you were saying, Kels. With it being a promotion match, this game matters, and we need to see who will be the team who ends up being promoted at the end of the day.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the bracket here real quick, there is I believe, another set of games after this, so they can play either, I believe that's Invictus or Cincinnati after this if they do lose, but it is still not a position you really want to be in, as obviously punching your ticket sooner is just that safe guarantee that you are in the next stage of the tournament. But there's also the fact that by avoiding that game, that gives you another day to scrim or to VOD review or to do any number of things that you might want to get just a little bit more practice in. Not to mention that both Cincinnati and Invictus are going to have fires lit under them and really want to make sure that they do their damnedest to punch their tickets to the next stage.
Especially for Invictus, right? They already had that opportunity for a promotion match. They're going to be on the get-go, ready to take on the challenge of whoever they next play, looking to move on, continue their tournament, and actually win this next match to find themselves promoted. But before we get there, we do have to get through this match here, Unks versus Core Academy. And I think we're going to pull through and take a look at the rosters, because I believe there are a few last-minute changes made because of a couple little internet issues, if I am not mistaken.
I didn't expect that picture for Hectic.
What do you mean?
Also,
Send it in, baby. That's what we're here to work with.
I still love their tagline, if you beat us, it's not an accomplishment. Which is kind of funny because they were, I believe, top 4 in Challenger Series, and they have been invited to Element 5, so I would hope that beating you is a little bit of an accomplishment, but that's okay. If you just want to... I just do mental damage to teams that lose to you, that is all good. But it's going to be Bless, Hectic, Engage, Ions, and Zolaris. With a good few of these players being around from that original roster that was top 4 in Challenger Series, namely Bless, Engage, and Ions, and I believe Zolaris, but I know for a fact that Hectic is a new post-Challenger Series addition. So this team going to want to get as much practice, as many reps in as possible before Element starts, just so they can get that little bit more experience, and they also just kind of really want to prove in tournaments like this that they belong in T2. They deserve that invite.
They want to give themselves that edge, and they've been looking pretty hot. Obviously, you have the chance to promote right here, so on the upper side of that bracket still is a good look for them. And yeah, the Unks, I call them the hunks, man. Look at those photos. All these boys, arms crossed, staring at the camera. Oh my god. But against them, Team 2 that we've got in this game, this matchup, Core Academy. Not as many photos here and a few less with their shirts off, but Adept, Trist, Soapy, Lecky, and Jabates will be the ones we are playing with today. I believe that we were supposed to have Case on it, but he ended up being replaced by Jabates, if I'm not mistaken, because of an internet outage. So no Case on tonight, Jabates instead, to fill out the 5 of this roster to make sure that we get a match going today and we don't have to skip this, send it off on another day.
Yeah, Kaeson is a very influential player. If you've seen previous games from Core Academy, especially in the finale event that ended a little bit ago, Kaeson is a hugely impactful fragger, but if there's anyone that I'm going to trust in that position, it is going to be an Element champion like Jabates. Should move on to the map ban, though, just to see where we're going to be playing, because, I mean, obviously the players are cool, but you gotta know where your battleground is. As we see, a Skyscraper and Border, along with Clubhouse and Chalet, are gone, which brings us to Nighthaven and where?
Already an exciting ban phase, Kelsey. Some of my favorite maps in the game right now, and Consulate to round it out. I mean, could we ask for any more? Nighthaven, Lair, rounded things off on Consulate as our last map, as our decider should we need to go there, but looks like we'll be diving straight into Nighthaven Labs for this first match. The Unks versus Core Academy. Start things off. Gonna hop right into it.
Yeah, this is an interesting map pool just because, like, Nighthaven's probably, like, my most familiar map right now, and then Lair is my least. So, gonna go straight from the shallow end to the deep end, but, you know, hey, that's my fault for not studying the callouts between last week and this week. That's on me. I'll take that, but we gotta get into the ban system, which, by the way, I know it's been out for like a couple weeks now, but I do really like the new ban system for Siege X, and especially just the ways that it is forcing teams to really adapt to things that never would have existed
beforehand. Because of that, we're seeing a lot of kind of new tech. Or I guess not new tech, but we're seeing a lot of tech come to the forefront in ways that it never would have before, just because of the fact that you might have to deal with, like this game, both a Thermite and an Ace being banned, which means that Hectic is going to play that Maverick, which is not an uncommon operator necessarily, but an operator that I think has been given a new lease on life because of the way the new ban system functions.
It's kind of a classic we've been seeing since the implementation of this new ban phase. The fact that you can get rid of multiple of your opponent's favorite operators really lends itself to getting rid of the hard breachers if you are the defenders, because you can get rid of the Ace, you can get rid of the Thermite, you can make it marginally more difficult for the site walls to be open. And on a hard breach heavy map like Nighthaven Labs, those bans are seriously impactful. It forces the Maverick to be brought along because you need to have larger breaches opened up. So you need to bring the Maverick, but then you also need to bring tools to open up the soft wall once the Maverick has done his work. So you've got Big Matt running the Zofia, you've got Bless on the Buck. All operators that are designed simply to be able to open up IT, all playing around that breaching capability. And that's half your lineup. That doesn't really leave you with too much if you are the Unks to work with otherwise.
It will be quite a challenge to deal with just right off the rip, getting rid of those hard breachers, although if memory serves, Hectic should be pretty solid at getting these walls open very, very quickly. Although then, obviously, like you said, there's been a little bit more dedicated to doing so than you would have before. That's probably why we're seeing the Buck from Blast, and it might also be where we're seeing that Zofia from Big Matt or Engage, although Zofia also does have Claymores, which you see him bring, as well as just solid burn, like if there's a shield you need to get rid of, or in this case, the Azami. Those keep barricades, you're really going to want to deal with those as quickly as possible. So, again, a little bit awkward because you'd have to bring the stuff specifically to Super Maverick, but, I mean, might be no issue.
Aggressive run out of Trist. Answered, by the Unks. Taken down eventually. That is a 1-for-1 trade, and that isn't an important operator to lose. I mean, dropping your only real execute operator, the Grim, is dangerous, but fight going on through the floor as the Buck works in down below, and it looks like Ions has already managed to take Raptors. This is some good pacing out of the Unks. They've taken away a lot of the space that Core had to work with. Continuing to open up the wall, mount the pressure. They're just gonna hold for a second. They seem to be aware of this flank.
Yeah, they had 90 seconds to work with here, and they have a solid amount open already, although that reinforcement on that Raptors wall will be quite tricky to deal with, but if they can get this flank countered and kill off Jabates on that Goyo, that gives them a ton of breathing room, and Bless is gonna do just that. And him being below also threatens a lot of things. It threatens vertical play, it threatens a flank of fish stairs, along with that main push, which that alone is gonna do a lot to alleviate some pressure from the rest of us.
C4 comes out, does not find its mark. Adept wasting the only explosive that Core Academy have on side. The only real tool that they have to stall this push as the pressure continues to mount. But Darnelius, Soapy with an excellent answer, and another down below as Adept works down water. Suddenly everything falling apart for the Unks, but Ions does manage to answer back in 2 for Ions as we see Big Matt jiggling, drawing the attention of the only remaining player. Soapy's gonna try and swing with the shotgun out, but Big Matt, keeping the space and keeping the distance between him and the shotgun, is able to answer that and take down Soapy, the last remaining player. First round goes the way of the Unks.
Yeah, we did harp a lot on the fact that Hard Breach was gone, and especially when that full Raptors wall was gone, I harped on it a little bit more, but really I think something the Unks are very good at is just finding fights in winning them in places that they really shouldn't. Like, in that situation, I mean, the round's kind of cooked, like, a little bit. They don't really have enough open to get in where they want to, like, they're losing bodies left and right, but Ions is in the lobby, and I think I have this theory that, like, he gets powered up, and then, like, the all chat happens, and then the all chat, like, feeds into him being powered up, because he's always, like, the main guy that is typing funny words in the all chat. So for players like that, just getting that early start where he helps his team that pull around out of nowhere, it's absolutely huge to get that mental boost going as soon as possible. And it also shows that the Unks have really solid problem-solving ability, so Core Academy isn't going to be able to just easily ban an operator and then completely dismantle a push.
Like an onion, they got layers. They know how to pick things apart.
Actually.
Oh, sure. They know how to pick things apart. They know how to bring some different approaches. And, you know, the thing is, with the Unks, if you do ban out those Heart Breachers, you are forced to leave a couple of shields up. And we know the players on this team are not afraid to play those shields. Ion's especially dangerous on that Blackbeard, and we saw an example of that last round. This round, seems like they've managed to isolate a player inside of Kitchen. That's Lecky. Completely cut off. Fall off his hell. He's being pressed from the front, being tracked by the Deimos and taken down. Hectic with an answer, but Jabates does manage to battle back, taking down Zol.
Want to get this player instead of bending as well if they can. That'll be huge, but he's trying to waste as much time as possible before he eventually bites the dust. But Adept, this refrag game from Core Academy, has been exquisite on this first floor. And Adept now, he's just going to fall back. They've taken down the Deimos, which is a huge tool to just track and gain information. And the entirety of Core, or of the Unks plan for vertical play. Not to mention now killing off Ions with that C4. Having that Blackbeard gone in this stage is absolutely huge. There is a good bit of time left for Engage and Hectic to try to work something here, but the options they have to do it aren't nearly as abundant as they would like, as they're kind of relegated almost to just taking straight up fights, or maybe opening a hole in like a wall or a hatch or something with Mav.
Looking for an engagement here is Hectic, takes a ton of damage through the floor, deals a bunch back, but Adept does survive, so it's just an exchange of damage and a little bit of trade of HP. As of yet, Blank coming through here, an attempt out of Trist, he's spotted, taken down, a triple for Hectic on the round. He could ace here, but the C4 is going to deny that, and now there's no one left but Big Matt to run back, recollect that case, and push down the bottom of these stairs off the back of that flashbang, but it's so difficult for him. Gonna try and isolate these two fights, but it's real tough with the Boss G staring through the feet holes, chokes a ton of damage onto him. He decides to retreat back up to the top of the stairs. Wait a moment before re-engaging, but Adept is sitting there on those feet holes, unafraid, unyielding in the face of the bullets through the wall. One shot is all he needs to take down the last remaining player.
The gunfights that I praised last round that Unks managed to find, even when the utility situation wasn't going their way, really kind of backfired this round, as it looked like there was a lot more effort from Core Academy to just, I mean, one, kind of keep track of where people were, but anytime we saw Unks get a pick, it was immediately traded back. So there was no way for them to really gain a proper foothold within the round, because they spent a good chunk of the round just trying to get 2 picks, and then by that point, the rest of the defenders just fell back into the site, and there was no Deimos to figure out what people were, and there was no Ram to do any vertical play, so there was a lot more variable positioning on the actual site itself. And then that C4 killing Ions, I think, was really the final nail in that coffin. Because Blackbeard is a Swiss Army knife of an operator who with proper team play is so potent in those types of situations, like we saw in round 1. But getting him off the board very early on really made the Unks, just like I said, kind of had to walk in doorways and hope they could win those fights.
Speaking of the Blackbeard, interesting to see Ion switching off of that operator in this round. Like you mentioned, Kels, such a versatile operator, can be used in so many different situations. The BLITZ, a little bit more of a specific tool. Use him when you've got an idea in mind. I'm very curious to see what that idea will be. Might not get to see it right away, as Solaris, one of the execute operators, that Capitao taken down early, seemingly not even inside the map. What happened there?
Yeah, that's... I mean, I didn't see if he had Heart Breach charges. I'm assuming he probably did, but that is... I mean, that's just so much utility that's gone. I mean, he's got to have Heart Breach gadgets. And one of the things that I kind of highlighted the last time they attacked this site was that Raptor's wall was just reinforced, which gave them a lot of trouble. And that is now a possibility that Core Academy have again to really limit the options that the Unks have. Not to mention the fact that there is no recourse that the Unks had managed to find. So just to get back into equality with the bodies, they're going to have to work really hard to get that. And this Maverick trick really isn't going as smoothly as Unks need it to, so there's just a ton of time being wasted. They've lost so much utility, and they still haven't gotten recourse for that early death.
Yeah, this is a rough start. I don't know what's going on with that wall there, but it seems like the two are really struggling to get it open. Been over 90 seconds in the round. They've been working on this forever, but Ion's down below. Gonna try and blitz through, look to try and come up with some sort of solution. Brute force his way through, but he's stuck facing a Warden. The only operator he can't flash, and while he is able to pop the Goyo canister, force Adept back just briefly, he isn't able to collect the kill. And now that his teammate has joined him, Adept has fallen back. It looks like there will not be any exchange of bodies, at least not yet, as we enter a brief pause as the fire burns, denying the entry of these two players.
So little time left, and even that blitz, I mean, they've shown they're not afraid of it, which really limits the potency that he could have, and that's going to force potentially rotation out of Unks as they just try to find some way to get into this bomb site.
Nades out, trying to make these players move, trying to get a pre-fire onto his escape, but he doesn't land it quite right, so we do see Adept able to survive, not forced to expose himself to that angle as the pre-fire comes through, but the fight's coming through rafters. Lucky manages to take down one, traded by Ions, pistol whipping, swinging through the rotate, but suddenly he's the last alive. It's a 1v2, he's the Blitz, it's almost impossible for him, but if anyone could do it, Ions, no! Soapy swinging out IT has the answer, able to take down the Blitz.
I do really like the fact that I think we've really seen Core Academy try to play into the bans that they have, right? Because obviously, you know, if you ban the two hard breachers, you're playing to keep those walls closed. But it's really felt like there's been, I mean, a lot of early round being done as well, right? Like in round number 2, we saw that very early attempt from Core Academy to prevent Ungs from being able to do anything with that man count. Both picks of the Young Scott top floor were traded back immediately. And then this previous round, that opening kill goes the way of Core Academy, and there is absolutely no recourse. Everyone goes back into the site, and they just decide to chill the hell out. And that means that the Ungs have to, when they go for that execute, go for a 4 versus 5 execute, while really just effectively walking through doorways. And you have a Warden set up on the top of water stairs, you have a Goyo to burn time, you have an Azami. There is so much, or so many layers that Core Academy have set up that the Unks have to peel back. And then in the round, Core Academy is doing such a good job of limiting the tools that are available to peel back those layers.
Really liking the coordinated aggression we're seeing out of Core. They're pretty consistently working off of each other when they take fights against the Unks. They're really choosing when to engage, and I'm finding that they're really able to capitalize off the fact that they're playing close together and swing together frequently. Plus these spawn peaks, the aggression, Triss has done so well. He gets 2 at the start of this round, 1 last. It's just consistently, the Unks have been playing a man down, it's felt like, this entire time, Kelsey, and this round will be no exception.
I mean, so far, right? 4 rounds.
Jeez, Soapy.
Oh my god. So we've seen one opening pick go the way of the Unks, but that was the round where they were continuously traded back.
We're in sight.
Hello?
Big Matt is just in the middle of sight. Is he typing? What are we doing? Entirely unsure what is going on, but he's getting a plant down right now in the middle of the bomb site. It seems like Core Academy are entirely unaware. We saw Darnelius Soapy ask a second ago how they're T2. This is how they're T2. Managing to find those gaps, capitalizing on the opportunities, and suddenly it's a post plant. Hectic battles back, manages to find one, and Adept does manage to take down Zol. Very important. This fight is the most important. Big Matt needs to win it, but he does it. Adept with the swing, the headshot onto the Hibana. Now it's an incredibly difficult situation for Hectic. He needs to push through, he needs to find some kills, and he needs to stop the defuse. With the hold here, with the players in position, he will be shut down. Soapy will be the one to collect, but it could have been any number of players at that point. A gap spotted, the Unks unable to hold down the site, unable to hold the fort, as Core had everything surrounding the site and were able to easily retake.
I think there was kind of 2 main things playing at that retake being so successful. I think the first was that there really wasn't a ton of control that Unks actually had like solidly in their favor, which meant that there wasn't really a great way for them to hold on to the diffuser once it was actually planted. But I think the bigger thing is that we didn't really see Core rush into anything. Even in that retake, when the diffuser goes down in your own site behind your back, they play it calm, they play it cool, they coordinate with each other, try to figure out where everyone is and how they can take those fights as intelligently as possible. And as they whittle down those picks, and even as the diffuser timer gets lower and lower, there is never anyone who runs into a bad fight in that situation. Which meant that Hectic, in the end, they know exactly where he is in that forklift window, and he has to kill 3 people who are all prepared to fight with one another. Which just... I mean, we saw how that plays out. It really doesn't generally go well unless the player in that clutch situation just, like, momentarily ascends to the level of Prime Kent or Raketti.
An interesting round, to be sure. I kind of couldn't believe my eyes for a moment. I thought that there was, like, some sort of tech issue going on when we saw the Hibana in the middle of sight just kind of sitting there like she was typing.
Yeah. I
Not
know, right?
ADS, not planting the diffuser, just sitting on top of the bench after having shot those monitor, as I was baffled, lost for words, but we do see it continue eventually in a somewhat normal fashion, finding the gap, spotting the gap, capitalizing, and getting that bomb down. Core Academy, though, I gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised, especially playing with an E-sub. Jabates was not expecting to be here not 25 minutes ago, and he's putting in the work, already 4 kills to his name, not bad by any means. Core Academy overall, just really putting in the work. Trist, especially with those spawn peaks, has been doing a lot for his team.
I mean, like I kind of said earlier, like, if there's anyone who wants to replace a player like Kason, it's gonna be someone who won Elements, so it's a good start for them. It's a huge potential here, but Triss plays his hand a little bit too early. Ions is gonna live to see another day, as it looks like the strategy here for Core is gonna be to try to just go with, maybe not a shock and awe approach anymore, because the Blitz's existence is known, but go for something very, very quick, so that Core Academy don't have a time to mount a proper comeback onto this roam clear.
Starting off relatively well. Got players working in electrical upstairs, kind of applying pressure from all over the map, but need to see an entry here out of the Unks. There's not really anyone, not a single soul inside the building. We're a minute into the round, Kelsey. They're gonna need to speed this up at some point. Well, they do have the tools to hit site later on. They don't manage to get in position to be able to use them. It will be dangerous for them.
Core Academy here, pretty content to let the Unks run down their own clock, although we see that Ions is flirting with the idea of trying to walk in water stairs. Gonna go for it, but he's gonna get killed off before Bless gets that refrag. Then Zolaris gets his first pick of the game and takes down Trist, which is the first man advantage we've seen the Unks have in what really feels like forever. We're gonna throw out another Dokubi call. Just make sure that they kind of figure out where these last couple players are, because now Core Academy needs to start lashing out a little bit so they can get a pick back and prevent Unks from keeping this man count that Bless is working so hard to make sure that they're able to keep.
Last player alive is Ulecki up on this top floor, being held from the window. He'll be easily taken down by Zolaris, seemingly aware of the fact that that flank was coming through. The Unks, they do manage to take a second round on their attacking half, looking much better inside that one there.
I mean, I think that there was just a much more coherent effort from the Unks that round to just play off of each other in ways that prevented Core Academy from being quite so good at those refrags. Because really, that was, I think, what killed them in round number 2. And really what's killed them in a lot of these rounds is just the fact that, like, Core will get several picks in a row, and there won't be an answer from the Unks. Or the Unks will get a pick, and then immediately Core Academy has that refrag down. So yeah, you get a pick, but you lose someone important in the process, and in man equality situations, the defense is just kind of at an advantage by default.
I think the big thing for me in that previous round, the Unks really slowed things down. I was giving them a little bit, I was flaming them a little bit, I will say, about how slow they were. but I think it really ended up suiting them, getting good information on what the roam looked like and making sure that when they went, they had the pieces in place in order to capitalize. We saw Bless working off of Ions, be able to pick up that 2-piece on water stairs, and that was really the opener they needed. It was a 1-for-1 trade initially, but he's in the position to be able to deny that second player to answer what's going on, and looks like an early fight might be coming through here. The Izami spotted on the drone. Zol trying to take a shot at her, but doesn't quite manage to see her, just barely spots the ponytail. A little bit of damage done. He will escape with his life. Running back, tucking inside a command room, so Ions will know and will be taken down. Wallbanged, I believe, through Garage. And that's the opener once again for the Unks.
It's the first opener they've gotten since round 2, and at least thus far, it's I jinxed it. That's okay. We all casters curse the teams occasionally. It's part of the job, but it's still, I mean, that's honestly not an awful trade, though, I would argue, is the Azami by this point really had tons of time to place down any utility, so there is a lot left on the cutting room floor, not to mention that Trist was having so much impact earlier by getting those early picks and really leaving Unks in really bad positions. So now, the Unks are able to execute their plan a little bit more fluidly because they didn't fall early on.
Aggressive here out of the Unks, some fire to answer, so they won't be able to capitalize right away off the back of these smokes from the glass. You have to wait for just a moment, pause a second as they start to work in towards top water. You do see Adept here on this pixel. This could be a very dangerous fight for Bless to take, but able to jiggle it just right. He may yet find himself a kill, but looks like they want to go down below. They've spotted this player over towards Lounge. Ions want to face him with that shield. Bait seemingly thinking better of it, deciding to back off, but the fight goes through elsewhere. Ulecki is the first one to engage. Another smoke will come through as the Blitz and the Glass start to work together, work in tandem to push up this water hallway. Not found yet. Smoke slowly fading away. Player is tucked behind the desk, but he will be taken down. Nice shot by Bless. And peeking the head holes, looking for another, but is he aware of the player close? Seems like so far, no. Brief pause in the action, but that gambit is up. The player given away. The flank comes through. Ulecki taking down one. The impact's coming out. Ion, such low HP, last alive. And that'll be all she wrote for the first half. The Unks down 4-2 at the split.
Honestly, I would say that for an attacking half, that's not awful. I mean, obviously, Core Academy looked really, really good, but I think that the Ungs kind of got enough rounds that, provided that they know how to defend a little bit, they should be fine, which I believe that, yes, this is the Ungs map pick. So I'm looking forward to see what they do with their defenses, kind of now that they have the opportunity to kind of set things up, work things their way. Just gotta see where it goes. See what the vibe is.
Another ban phase coming through. We see an incredibly similar methodology between these two teams. I believe the defense bans on the previous half were the exact same, the Clash and the Mira. And in terms of the Heartbreach bans, taken out this time instead of the Thermite, the Maverick, but otherwise keeping everything else exactly the same. Seems like a meta is developing around these bans, Kelsey. I don't know. Seems like we're very consistent so far.
I mean, like you said, this is a map that really kind of, I would say, requires you to be able to open things up pretty consistently just to deny space from the defense. Because that's, I think, honestly, one of the reasons the Core Academy did so well one of the reasons Core Academy did so well the last half was that Unks were never able to properly open up the map. So there was tons and tons of places that Core could sit without really being properly contested. Like I believe it was Lecky on the Aruni on Rafters that last round. And so Unks are going to kind of hope to do a similar thing where they make hard breaching like a hell of a hassle, and then just play into the fact that there is a deficit of phantom pressure.
Really lets you focus on those specific choke points you know the attackers to be coming from. So, I will say, with the new ban system, with the bans that are being employed, it does feel like this is a much more defensive side of map than we've seen historically. Obviously, haven't gotten really the stats yet to back that up, but just my vibe as a player of this game, as somebody who talks about it from time to time. You see a little bit of vert being worked here. Trist inserted down below, trying to hunt out this Cade Claw, but it looks like he's having a bit of trouble trying to spot it as he takes a chunk of damage through the floor from that TCSG. EMR, one of the two. Regardless, still unable to find that Cade Claw. Going unspotted. This has taken quite a long time for him to be able to get rid of it while his teammates wait outside of IT. We'll see the Unks, a couple of players rotate down below, look to try and maybe find some sort of engagement onto the Ash, who's isolated downstairs.
This also really choreographs what Core Academy want to go for. Not to mention the fact that, like you said, it's wasting a good bit of time. But the longer it takes to do this, the kind of more of an idea that Ungs can kind of get of what the attack is supposed to look like and where people are supposed to come from.
Oh,
which,
no.
That's not good.
Oh, Zol. Zol's having a rough game. I don't know what to say other than that. Darnelia Soapy jumping in Raptors, looking to engage with these fights. Firing a couple of shots over towards IT, and suddenly the entire team is in like a clown car hopping through the window, but the fights come through. Miracle headshot out of Bless, managing to take down Adept with the Blackbeard. Now here, ready to follow up. Super dangerous operator playing around those reinforcements because he can simply ADS and pre-fire a player after having spotted them. Now a brief pause, a lull in the action, if you will. Players repositioning, looking to engage. C4 out, found a player. Soapy taken down. That is the Blackbeard. Your Spearhead and Bless continuing to fight, finding the last, taking a couple of shots, switches to the shotgun. Chris with some HP, gonna survive for a little bit longer, and he continues to swing, and Bless will find another to his name. He's been having an excellent game. And last round, he's the hero once again.
I'm going to recycle a previous talking points and, just kind of highlight a little bit of what I had before. This map is so dependent on phantom pressure and opening as many things up as you can to limit where the defense are standing, but also where the attack can come from. Because we see there, Core Academy want IT open so badly, but they don't get it. And so the thing they do is they jump in Rafters and just try to make that work because they don't really have the time or utility to make anything else work with, anything that they have. And when they do, they're just fish in a barrel at that point because the defense, they have a player in command, they have a player in server, they have a player tucked away inside of IT, and they know where you are because you're just on a narrow catwalk. There's not really a ton of room for creative positioning. And so the Ungs just play the angles. They play the crossfires. They play off each other. So there is no further option or potential for good gunfights for Core Academy.
I've been watching some of the Valorant Masters tournament recently. I gotta say, that round, it felt a lot like very reminiscent of the team fights that you get in that game, where it's just all the players converging on one spot in the map, and it's just trade after trade after trade after fight. And ooh, a little bit of an early engagement here, potentially. No, Bless castling that window right in front of his two attackers. Could have been dangerous. He's able to get away with his life. Feels kind of bad seeing his hard work be torn down immediately after he set it up, but regardless, he'll be happy not to be taken down or taken any damage in that early engagement. Blackbeard, though, Jabates sending it inside, and there is a player waiting here over towards Connector, just lurking silently. Looking around in the corner is Ions. He's gone unspotted, and he decides to go for a little walk, looking to engage with the player at the top of the stairs, and he'll take down Adept. Right behind Jabates, got a feel for him there, as Jabates has just cleared out all the space. The C4 comes out, Triss taking a ton of damage, and this has been a horrible opening to the round so far for Core.
Like, he does manage to find one back, so does make things a little bit easier, but still, that Dokubi is something that is probably going to be missed. Especially after Hectic gets that kill onto Trist. Ions is still up the stairs, and he's looking to do the Ion special, go down, get a flank, kills off Lucky, and I was just going to sit there and make Core Academy get him out and earn that man count back.
the Ion special as he immediately whiffs an entire mag. Still alive though, picks up the C4 on that Blackbeard, blows up the Blackbeard, finally taken down. Unbelievable plays out of my boy Jacob Ion Smith. Does everything he needs to do. 3 for him on the round, and his teammate is there to clean it up. The Unks managed to equalize. Oh my God, Kelsey, what do we just witness?
I think we're just witnessing, I mean, one, Ion's just, he's been let off the leash a little bit because he's on defense, which just gives a lot more potential for tomfoolery. Like we saw him pull off that, what the hell was that C4 kill? But he's been let off the leash a little bit, so he doesn't, he has the benefit of the attack has to come to him, and he is able to kind of lurk around on the map, take advantage of that new CJX sound, and just figure out where people are positioning themselves. And then we're just kind of seeing in general, I think that the Unks are doing a lot better of a job at just getting active, whether that is throwing utility at Core Academy, or holding their crossfires, or just actively playing off of keeping things close. They're constantly trying to, like, tie the shoelaces of Core Academy together so they trip up at the final step.
I think what they're forcing Core to do is to be very efficient with their droning and their space taking. One of the specialties I feel like the Unks has is just being able to rat and be little terrible people hiding in corners and just making things miserable for their opponents. We saw a great example of that last round. And I imagine that's something we'll continue to see, especially given, remember, Core are playing without their main 5. They've got Jabates in the place of Kason, who is a huge part of this roster normally. So playing without him, being forced to play on these big maps without one of your mainstay players, I imagine is a big part of the difficulties we're seeing so far on this attacking half.
I mean, he's also the second E-sub for Core Academy, if I recall, so, like, the comms, like, the roles, just kind of everything's going to be a little bit gimmicky, as people like to say,
is that
just
French?
by default. It's just what, it's a joke that exposes how long I've been around a little bit. You know, but that's okay. I'm casting the Unks. I can beat. I actually think most of the Unks are younger than I am.
Yes, they would be. It is what it is. Listen. You do see a little bit of alert coming through across this first floor here, but it's given up. Jabates firing a couple of shots off, but Engage taken down early. Trist with the player to do that. And so good in these openers, Trist has been, and he's in the middle of sight. Another one for Trist. Managing to take down Zol, and he's got the entirety of storage under his control. We see Soapy hop in through the window, start setting that plant down, and there won't be a single soul on the Unks in place to be able to deny it. Case will be planted, and now we're in for an almost impossible retake. A couple of shots through the floor, ringing out, but finding no one so far. Ions, though, does manage to find something for himself. Bless looking to engage. He is going to take the fight, but he will be taken down, leaving just Hectic last alive, working his way through Warehouse, trying to find a fight onto any of the players, but he'll be greeted with a bullet instead, taken down by Trist.
And just phenomenal gap spotting from Trist there, obviously. He goes in, he sees there's an opening, he gets 2 picks off of it. But I think the more important thing is that after he had that gap, after he took the space, we see Core Academy respond in kind, both by getting that diffuser down, and also just by preparing for the immediate retake that the Unks are about to go for. So the Unks are not only now fighting against the fact that the diffuser is actively on the ground and ticking away, but we see everyone from Core Academy is playing in a spot that is going to make that retake an absolute living hell. So the Unks just never make any headway in that retake because Core knows how to play it. It also actually allows them to circumvent the fact that, like, Ions has been kind of the boogeyman, because, like, he can't really, like, catch someone lacking while they're roam clearing if there is no roam clear to begin with.
Trist's strategy there seems to be just find where Engage is and take him down, following up with Zol. The two lowest rated players so far in the lobby. Two of them really struggling. Engage usually is a lot more of a highlight player than we're seeing so far this match. He's had a bit of a struggle finding the scoreboard so far. But in a way that's kind of a blessing for the Unks, because while he isn't doing too well right now, we know he has the potential to wake up and to bring it. So if he can manage to get into this game, still say there's a chance for the Unks to be able to bring this back.
And there's always a chance for, I guess in theory, anything to happen, but we're going to see a Glass entry here, going to run all the way up towards Connector. As Ion's going to be caught lacking. Lecky gets that pick, and then he downs his teammates. But they still kill off Ions early on. They've taken some space over by Connector, but more importantly, they've made an opening into the map. There is now a concrete position for Core Academy to gain a foothold physically within the map instead of on its borders.
Hectic and Trist exchanging a bit of damage. They fight for this Cade Claw once again. Hidden up in those bookshelves, it is difficult to shoot from down below, and oh, good find by Bless. Absolutely crucial, and look who was taken down, Kelsey. That is your Thermite. Now it is so much less of a risk to give up that IT wall to lose that Cade Claw, because there's no hard breachers who can open it now. You're gonna be forced to have to stick their way through doorways, try and walk directly into sight through those choke points. And well, you have a couple of tools to make it happen in the form of that Glass. One stray bullet through the smoke is all it will take to take down Jabates. This is looking dangerous for Core.
I mean, not to mention the fact that, like, it also just keeps things even, which, as stated previously, it benefits the defense by default. And we're going to see that Unks really want to play into it. Zalaris, he hasn't got many kills, but he's gotten some crucial ones. He's taken down that Glass, which is a ton of fragging power taken off of the board.
What's insane, Kelsey, is the smoke came out, but also an EMP. He couldn't even see through that smoke. He just fired a shot at the perfect time, managing to take down the only real win condition for Core. Now they have to rely on hitting some miracle shots as they try and push in through water. It's going to come down to gunfights, and these choke points favor the Unks. But Yeleki's managed to find one for himself, and when we find a second, Chris just barely missing the shot onto Engage, but it's so dangerous. The position almost impossible. The fight's coming through from every direction, and they somehow managed to pull it out of the hat. Core Academy cannot be stopped. Triss does not whiff. The Unks find themselves facing match point on their map pick.
I mean, I think the technical term that we in the biz like to say is this is far from ideal for the Unks.
I'd say it's an uh-oh.
Is right, like an uh-oh spaghetti-o. It's typically like what you'd expect, or at least what I'd expect going into best of 3, is that like a team will win their own map pick, lose their opponents, and then kind of duke it out on that decider. But I mean, Core Academy has decided that they want to buck that convention, which, you know, they're legally allowed to do that, although I'm sure the Unks would rather they did not. But when you kind of go down like that, it puts so much more pressure onto your opponent's map pick than is really ever comfortable. Because when a team chooses map, they're essentially saying, like, this is my front lawn. This is where I know everything like the back of my hand. This is where I'm going to sit on the porch with a shotgun and say, get the hell out. And so far, that's kind of what Core Academy have been doing on their opponent's map pick. And I can only imagine, if things end here, what they're going to be able to do on their own map pick. Which is, not to mention, far bigger and far more complicated than Nighthaven is.
Granted, the Unks are decent on lair, so it's not all hope lost, but they would really rather bring this one back before having to face their opponents on their opponent's map pick. Trist looking to try the exact same thing again. Somehow, it seems like the Unks really haven't tried to adapt to this strategy. Open up a couple more vert holes, but nobody is downstairs to contest this consistently isolated Ashe. See an EMP though. That is an answer to this Cade Claw, and Ashe doesn't even need to push in order to deal with it. Cade Claw, double EMP, no chance of denying that, and the wall will be open. This should be even easier for Core than it has been previously, but we do see Ions manage to find the opener, bucking the trend that has been so consistent throughout this map.
Yet again, we see Sophie open up one wall and then get immediately take off. Which last round...
Kelsey.
I'm just stating, look, this is my job, man. Alright? I just work here.
Yeah, go on. Make your point.
But the kind of point I wanted to illustrate is like... Yeah, he's only opened up one wall, but he's still giving options for the attackers, which is very good. Now, Bless and Ions are doing a very good job of trying to nullify that a little bit before Zolaris kind of throws his life away. But there has still been some impact from Soapy in just opening that up, so there is just some other area that the attack could hold on to.
It's tough now. It's not entirely obvious where they can go or what they can do. Work with this Twitch drone to try and clear out some of those Fenrir gadgets on the doorways, but it's been taken down, and that's the only real tool that they had. Able to find these. Oh, a fight comes through. Bless holding an angle, completely exposed, but he does manage to win it. It's only a 4v2 advantage, just continues to spiral. Jabate's last alive over towards Rafters, and he'll be taken down by Bless.
Much better job that round from Ungs of really just cutting. They worked to not only find that early pick that Bless got, but then they deliberately tried to cut down the options that Core Academy had that were truly viable. And especially after that second pick came in from... No, Ions got the first pick, then Bless got another one. Once they had that 5 versus 3, they reinforce off Rafters, and they move to just take stock of what is truly available to them, and then they just hold and wait for Core Academy to move. Because in that situation, the bodies falling from Core Academy necessitates that they go in and try to fight back the man count that Unks are getting for themselves. And Unks anticipate this and just play for those crosses, so anytime someone tries to get a refrag, there's a second guy looking at them that's gonna get that kill.
Wall is done.
Better round to be sure, but it really still feels like if we're the Unks, you are relying on Bless. Without him, there's not really an advantage in that round. And, I mean, well, it's been pretty consistent across the board here. Engage and Zol have really been costing round and round and round again. Need to see a little bit more from them. So, they've got one chance to be able to bring this back, otherwise it will be Core taking it. Opportunity here for overtime. Going to be on basement, the downstairs site where that is decided. Going for a full roam clear here are Core Academy. Last time they were completely shut down off of a beautiful triple from Ions. This time him playing isolated over towards Cafeteria, looking to cause some damage once again. These players are getting into position in order to greet him.
I mean, the thing is, like, Ions has been good at what he's been doing, but really I think the solution for Core is just cross your T's and dot your I's. Make sure that you are trying to clear things systematically and deliberately try to find and cover up any gaps in your coverage so he's not able to worm his way around nearly as much. Which so far he hasn't really tried anything, and there has been a lot of forward space given to Core Academy on that extension, so we are seeing a Ram come out and make some vert. We're already seeing some congestion towards the areas of the site, but there is still that little thought in the back of your mind that someone might try to fight back.
Looking like an exo minimal here is the plan for Core Academy. They've already managed to work their way down to the bottom of the staircase, and while they haven't completely cleared the roam, they brought along the Nomad, so they're able to Nomad off their flanks. They don't really need to worry about those anymore. They can leave simply one player behind to guard those air jabs, and it should be freebies for them. But ooh, a little bit of a play here, using the air jab to try and sneak past, or the Kiba to sneak past that air jab. A little bit of potential here. The fight comes through. Hectic with a great find, taking down Triss. That's the opener here for the Unks. The best opportunity they've had so far of being able to force this overtime as they continue to persist on this roam, and a flank coming through from Bless over towards Kitchen. Does not look like so far Core are aware. We're tossed out. Not gonna find a soul. They pause as this flank comes through. Trying to wait this out. Time's getting kind of low here for Core Academy. Bless manages to find some damage on that flank. He is traded out. That's the damage done. That is your flank watch. That is your upstairs player. The Blackbeard in this hallway isn't going to be able to find a thing either. Suddenly, it's no one alive except for Soapy. Is that not the case? He's got control of the bat, at least at the bottom of the stairs there, at the bottom of EXO. He's in no position to be able to plant. He's going to need to try and find a couple of fights first, and it's unlikely that the Unks are going to give him too many. He does find the first. I'm ticking down, though. Try and sprint across, reposition, break the crossfire, goes for a pre-fire, but Zol manages to take him down. A little bit of typing in chat, letting him know that he is the last alive, and he is very vocal, usually. The Unks, they do manage to force overtime in this first map.
We saw that both of those defense rounds on the bottom, the Unks had extensions. But the thing I really like about that previous extension from the Unks is the fact that there was very clearly much more of an effort to stick together and work things as a unit. Because we saw there was a lot of space given up by like cafeteria and by vending, but areas like games and storage and control and cargo, which are some of the really vital areas to go in and get vertical play done, those were what the Unks really properly held onto. And we saw that when they were doing that, they made sure that they played the gunfights in a way where Core Academy had to step into their turf before they could properly do anything. And as Core are trying to set that process up, then Bless hits a flank and he gets one and he is refragged, but that still gives everyone else on the Unks a little bit more room to go in and make their plays as well.
It's a cool idea going for the minimal. Obviously it doesn't work out there with the way that the Unks were playing it. They were still in position to be able to deny that plant from vertical, even in the best case scenario where Core manages to get into sight. So definitely playing around the win condition there, understanding what parts of the map actually matter for them to hold on to in order to win that round. And even though it doesn't come down to the plant, do see them successful inside of that round. And they decide to run it back once again, Kelsey, on that bottom floor site with a similar roam setup. So notably, not bringing along the Azami, which was so effective in slowing down the upstairs attack last time around.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as people have liked to say for a lot longer than I have been alive, but, well, Core Academy are looking to break a hole right in the side of it, and Trist has done that, as he's been doing so well this whole game. He kills off Hectic, Darnelius kills off Bless as well. Now Ions and Zolaris have everything to do top floor. Ions gets the first, he gets the second! There's a down as well on Tisopi. And Ions and Zolaris completely dismantle that attack, and they've left everything up to Trist.
Everything looked like it was going Core Academy's way there, but suddenly Zol and Ions pick up the phone. Ring, ring, hello, goodbye. Putting everyone to sleep at IT, answering that last one, walking up water. Trist never stood a chance, and suddenly match point for the Unks, looking to close it down on this next attack.
3 defensive rounds in a row, but now you have to go back to that attacking half, which you struggled with so much. As we're seeing that, much like the previous half, that Ace and Thermite were bans, but that, I think, really did have a lot more effect on Unks than it did Core. As Core at least had a little bit of an easier time. Well, actually, no, I lied. The Thermite was not banned the previous half. Well, Core were at least kind of able to get some things open a little bit more effectively and consistently than Unks were. And so Unks, going into this next round, it's going to be a little bit complicated for them, because very clearly we're going to see Core Academy lean into that idea of keeping as many walls closed as possible so that the Unks have as awkward of an execute as possible. So Unks have been given a fairly complicated puzzle that arguably has a couple pieces missing.
This is Kiva and Rafting. Wait, what's the idea behind this? I don't think that's on
technology.
Purpose.
That's technology.
It's like the perfect measuring stick, like what my parents set up at home, where they'd measure my height on the wall as I was growing when I was younger. Got that. We know exactly how tall Azami is now, as Trist sets that up. The spawn peek here once again does not stop going for these. Trist has been nothing if not consistent. Didn't find anything yet though. I reposition and peek out another window. Here he goes again, trying to find more. He doesn't stop. I'll see. So far, it looks like the... no! Why do I talk? Triss does not stop spawn peeking and ends up finding one at the end of the day. Engage, having a torrid time in the server here. 2 and 8, man. And that is your Thatcher taken down. One thing you could use to get rid of any electrical gadgets. Good news is there are no electrical gadgets that are being employed by Core Academy this time around. So the walls will be free. So you got to feel for him, and that's a man down.
I mean, there's still so much that the Thatcher could take care of, though. You can disable Valkyrie cameras, and most importantly, you can disable the Banshees that Malusi has placed down, which can make getting into those limited choke points you have and taking fights significantly easier than it would have been before. But now, those are just going to remain up, which is going to give a lot more freedom to Core Academy, just because there's going to be a really loud sound and a lot of slowness from anyone who tries to peek into the wrong area on the Unks.
We've got the Flores to help get rid of those, but it definitely does complicate things a little bit, especially if they don't have enough Flores drones to clear out both the zombie barriers and those Malusi gadgets. Do see a little bit of a hunt coming through here. Let's down below, see if Ainz can find Ulecki as he starts to work his way up those stairs, but Ulecki just barely is going to be able to escape with his life. Takes a bullet to the leg, but he'll be happy walking away with that. Fight start to come through. We do see Bless hopping in towards Rafters, looking to take some of that space away, but they haven't got any more hard breach charges, Kelsey, and this wall is reinforced off. This could be dangerous for the Unks.
Not to mention that the oil canister popped in IT is just really awkward since there's already so little time left.
Run by Zol. Managing to bring things back a little bit. Ion's still down below, using those Deimos tracks to try and put those players in uncomfortable positions. We do see a couple of Yings get tossed out to start to blind out these defenders, start to force them to reposition. Those Deimos tracks with those Yings, this could start to get incredibly difficult for the defense. We do see an answer. Bless managing to find the first and the second for himself. Zol traded out and Bless taken down as Ions comes to reposition up water, but there's a barricade in his face. There's fire burning as well. It's going to be so difficult for him to find impact over here, especially as he hits a goo mine. Hectic firing shots out from over towards IT, but he can't get inside the site. Ulecki taking down him. And Zolaris will be dropped as well. That'll be it for that round, and we will go all the way, go the distance on this first map of Nighthaven Labs.
I mean, if you want a way to start off a promotion game, 7-7 overtime match points is a hell of a way to do it. And I'm sure the Unks are going to be happy about this position as they have the defense here, which overwhelmingly has been the side of choice on this map so far. Overwhelmingly, we've seen that defense when I believe both teams have won like 5 out of like the 7-ish defenses they've played. Which so far is very, very good odds for them. And the Unks, they're going to go to this top floor, and it looks like the game plan is very similar to what was happening before. You use that Cade to keep a lockdown on the external walls, along with those Kibas that the Azame brings to keep Raptor's control, and then Zolaris can hold down the fort over by water, so there really is no easy access to the site that Core Academy can find.
I like this lineup out of Core, I can't lie. They seem to have an answer for every tool the Unks are bringing along. They've got the Thatcher for getting rid of the Cade Claw. They've got the Twitch for getting rid of the Fenrir's. Thatcher also helps deal with that ward, in which they used to great effect last round. Thermite for getting walls open, and Trist just kind of rounding it out with extra heals for these players as they get into position. We finally see an adaptation with Hectic going down below to deal with the Ash of Trist, which has been down here so consistently throughout every round so far, but the operator changes. They're not doing that this time. They've got a different strategy in mind, and as that C4 is tossed out, you see Ions instantly taken down as he tries to escape, and that's not a good start for the Unks.
No, that's an awful start for the Unks. Ions really was one of the shining beacons for Unks on that second half, and Zolaris has picked it up quite a bit as well. But now, really, that's going to put a lot more pressure on Bless, as he's been the primary one that has been getting these frags for the Unks. Although,
oh, nice
Hectic,
C4 by Hectic.
gonna do his fair share as well.
It's a really big find out of him. Obviously, it's a player taken down. It's the body balance back even, but even more importantly than that, Kelsey, that is the Blackbeard. That's your spearhead. Going for this opposite side take, going for this connector side, isn't the easiest without someone to force their way through that electrical door. And while you can open up Pillar, this close corner is incredibly difficult to deal with, and they've only got the one grenade in Trist's pocket to make it happen. If they aren't able to find impact with that, it is looking to be dangerous for Core as these crossfires are held, choke point secured, as they are forced to push through.
And the Youngs know it. Look at how they're playing. They're not trying to overstate their welcome in any position. They're not trying to overexpose themselves. In fact, quite the opposite. Sitting in these corners, holding these crossfires, and whittling down that drone game that Core Academy have as well. So any peaks that happen are gonna have to be dry peaks with nothing to back it up information-wise.
Grenade doesn't find anything. Trist tossing that out. Now this player can play close to that electrical door for the rest of the round. These smokes are here in the pocket of Soapy to try and break up these fights, but it's going to be so difficult. Takes a ton of damage as he just jiggles the door, barely alive. But fighting just a little longer time. Being down, getting low. BLITZ is going to be the hero inside this round. Playing close on this electric door. He just needs to bide his time, take it slow, not overexposed, because he knows he is their best chance of winning it, but he's shot in the back. His teammate not holding it. Fight the line, having fallen back. Trist is the hero, and suddenly it's a 1v2. Hectic with this TCSG only needs to hit one shot on Soapy in order to take him down, but Soapy has already made his way into Pillar. He can start this plant. We need to see a miracle shot out of Hectic onto this electrical door player. A little bit of damage exchange. One shot now on both of these players, but the post plant has started. Suddenly it's just Debate's last alive 1v1 for the game. 7-7 match point. Kelsey, do you believe in miracles? And it's a trade! It could not be any closer, but Core Academy will take it in the post plant because of the 1-for-1 trade. The DMRs doing the work, and the Unks lose their map pick of Nighthaven Labs.
You can have all the preparation and crossfires in the world, but it doesn't mean anything if you let someone walk in the one blind spot. And what a fitting way for that phenomenal map to end. 1 versus 1 post plant right down to the wire. And it ends up being a trade. His Core Academy took them a while, but in the end, they have that stamina needed to take it over the finish line and secure their opponent's map pick and start themselves off strong for their promotion game.
What a way to end it. We couldn't have asked for it to be any closer. I can't believe it ends with a trade, Kelsey. Like, after all that fighting going non-stop, so much back and forth throughout. And at the end of the day, on 7-7 match point in a post plant, a 1v2 clutch that would have been won by the defense in any other circumstance, goes the way of the attackers because the case is down. That tiny little difference in the rule set. I'm baffled. I don't know what to say, but Core Academy, they looked damn sharp, and the Unks really seemed to struggle with a lot of what they were faced with throughout that game.
There was, I mean, the occasional moment of brilliance from the Unks, but, I mean, that was just more consistent. Or that just was just more consistent for Core Academy throughout that game. Is just anything that the Ungs tried to throw at them, with the exception of a couple boogeyman plays coming out of Ions, there was always an answer for it. Even then, they didn't let Ions do that for very long. Then the Ungs had to switch things up yet again, as it really felt like throughout a lot of that map, Core Academy were the ones that were really setting the pace and making the Unks adapt, as opposed to being the other way around.
Tight one for sure. Really went all the way to the wire. But we do see Core Academy take it, and we will be going into their map choice, Core Academy's map choice of Lair, coming up next after a short play. Break. Don't go anywhere.
Elio closing things out, denying the clutch with the full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they do get that kill. Trading one. May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. 2 down to their name. The TSW. The run up from the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG.
for space. The run out, they know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
Playing towards default plant and doesn't have the support. It looks like he does Snake, forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. With the 5 seconds remaining, the plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye makers and Ariel. Welcome to the grand final.
Range is between 0% and 5%. Black
bullets are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave with the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bullets himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Goal good for Jim now as he finds a crossfire on the Panther rival, and the Clash is still looking strong as well. He's fixating, both goes out, but it's going to have no impact. This goal is good for 4. He wants the finish. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said you had the Midas touch. Hey, I think he lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys?
About it. They already know where his position is. Let's game.
Phantom Legion. And now it's all down to Dead. Dead. 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, and a great hit there to rival. That was the star player's shutdown. Dead has full HP. Lena only at 16. And Free Fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is
dying.
Pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse. Oh! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag.
Stop this car from going down. It doesn't look like going to Karn is fully down from the attackers, but there's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, Mike W gets 1, gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud. Oh!
Player down, but they do manage to at least find 1 on the Lunar. It's going to be Toaster. Found 1, finds 2. He could make this happen. 1 of them is down. Both are down. Actually, feels so good. They can just find the Toaster. What happened?
To win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. And he is off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Umine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrey's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both. 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous
retake. They've got Sight. DD's going to drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's got to make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got 1 above, you got 1 towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds down for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the chow. Let's see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. No!
I don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Gamers.
knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero, get these kills. Neva Vin didn't play it here. He goes just around, not far enough though.
player will still sit there as Logger gets the second frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest, a real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Stecky's visual as well. Oh! On Janesta from just around the vending corner.
That it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They could.
Welcome back to tonight's set of matches in Blitz tournaments. My name is Hyver. I am here with Ali. We are watching the face-off between Core Academy and the Unks. We just watched map 1, where the Unks lost a incredibly close Nighthaven Labs, which came down to a trade kill in round 15, max overtime in a post plant. Unbelievable scene so far. Definitely something worth going back and watching if you are just joining us. Going forward, we've still got some more action for you yet. And reminder, this game's got some serious stakes. This is a promotion match we're dealing with here. And as we get into layer, our second map of this series, gonna be on the Unks, the pressure on them to be able to battle back on their opponent's map pick to try and force a map 3.
And for those of you who are looking at your screens like right now, you know that it is Lair, which is... I think it's an interesting transition, personally, as Nighthaven is kind of, like, big and a little bit complicated, but I think Lair takes both of those things to a little bit more of an extreme, being bigger and more complicated. Not to mention the fact that it has, like, the big coastline donut on the top floor, so there is a lot going on Lair that I think could benefit both teams, depending on the circumstances. I know Ions is probably really gonna love the fact that there are so many rooms he could hide in, but I'm sure that someone on Core Academy is going to try to drone those, given the fact that it worked so well last map.
Ions' favorite map are the ones that have the highest number of corners per capita, so obviously Lair will be a favorite of his. Consulate as well. The Unks, just in general, I think are well suited to both of these next two maps still. I would not write them off by any means. I'm curious to see why Core have decided to try to bring them to these maps, because I know they are fans of both of these. So we'll see how things pan out, but we're getting into game relatively soon. Just going to continue having a little bit of a chat about what we are yet to see. Lair, though, Kelsey, it is one of those maps which, like you're saying, it's huge. It's difficult to really clear everything. And I worry for Core. They struggled in a couple of rounds, even when trying to clear roams on Nighthaven Labs, which is a lot more of a linear map than Lair tends to be, simply due to the fact that it's just so large. There's so many corners to hide in. There's so many different rooms to clear. Without having your full 5 on the roster, without having necessarily your comprehensive plan for how to drone and what steps you take as you approach your entry, it could well be much more difficult for Core Academy than they might have initially anticipated when picking this map.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that there's really elements of this map that will favor both teams, and which honestly are kind of the same thing, just specifically the fact that it is larger than Nighthaven is. It gives a lot more opportunity or delay if that's the route you want to go. It gives more rats if that's how you want to go. There are a couple of these sites where you can really like either bunch up all around it and just hold, or where you can really spread out and try to play for an aggressive roam, which we've seen, I mean, quite a bit of a lot of all of those things happening all throughout this game. And so really, like, both of these teams are gonna have so many options for how they might want to play this.
It's a tough one for sure, especially because we don't get to see anything as of yet. We're just kind of theorizing on what these two teams might try to employ. My bet, haven't seen how Core played last map, is it will be aggression on their side, particularly off the back of Trist. It's pretty non-stop last map, Kelsey. I mean, how many spawn peaks did we see that dude pull off?
I should have been keeping track of that, but I think it was at least 3 or 4, like, in that neighborhood.
I'd say, like, how many defensive rounds did they play? Like, just tally that. Felt like, truly, It was every single one. I think back, like, they even had a couple of times where he managed to find one, not just one, but two on the entry. Like, I think back in particular to that basement round where we had the Goyo in towards reception, finding first the player outside the front door and then the glass through the barricade as that refrag was attempted. It's just, it seemed like the Unks didn't really have a good answer for that aggression, and I think particularly with Engage having a bit of a rough day, not being able to shoot back as much as he might normally. It's been a bit of a struggle to handle some of the young gun aggressive playstyle that Core Academy has brought along.
Yeah, and like we did see there kind of, I think, a deliberate effort from Core to really like isolate the couple players on the Unks that weren't doing well, which were specifically Engage and Zolaris. Which
call him out, man.
Again, I
Just
just
doing
work
your job.
here.
I understand. It is what it is.
If you have complaints, go tag at HighTechChat on Twitter. And
Actually, if you
he will
have
ignore
Twitter,
them.
just go tag at HighTechChat on Twitter.
Yeah, just
for
go
fun.
tag.
It'd be funny.
Go tag at HighTechChat on Twitter, and if you want it, if you wanna go tag Nomical as well, just for fun.
That is just something that will never not be funny, and you should all definitely do that. There is no reason for you not to. It takes 5 seconds of your time, and you can do it while we're talking about this prep phase as we're getting into this first game. Look at that R6 room for our first sight.
Now this is one that
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
I mean, I think this is my favorite site on this map. Okay, alright. So I have a call out sheet on my second monitor.
Yeah.
So I don't know I know the map. I know the map. Like, strategically, I know it. Call outs, however, we'll get there. But
no, call out Coach's Space Station.
Alright, well, shut up. So, this map, or this site specifically, I think is probably my favorite on this map, because I think it has very interesting strategic elements for both sides to play with. I've seen teams both sides either completely ignore the area below the site or really try to prioritize it with nitro cells or a buck. You can really expand in a lot of areas on that top floor or play really close to the chest. There is a lot of potential for interesting things to be going on there, and a lot of ways into the map from the top floor as well, which we see for Academy really trying to take advantage of very early on.
Let's play over towards Bridge here, using the Blackbeard to take some of that space. There is a smoke playing in position to greet them. No, not the smoke, apologies, but BLITZ is taken down early. Trist, another opener for him. He's been non-stop with these. Before Rip, though, ready to greet these players. Should they push past that barbed wire? It's tossed out. Not going to find a soul. There goes Hectic's only explosive wasted, and now he doesn't really have any tools with which to fight this Blackbeard, apart from the Goyo canister, replaced on the ground in front of him. We see Ions make his way over to try and help, a little bit more of an exchange of damage, but we do see Hectic thinking better of staying too long, dropping back, and that'll be it for that initial engagement over towards Bridge, leaving Core with the advantage in the round.
And that's going to use a little bit of that freedom to just harass these players from the first floor. Because that Deimos pistol is a surprisingly solid tool for just making vertical holes. As Ion's going to get a pick, and then Trist is going to do his damnedest to try to bring it right back, but see Ion's trying to play around with him a little bit, waste his time, which could potentially pan out. And it actually does, as he ends up getting away.
Really good help there out of Hectic, rotating over to apply pressure to that window, preventing him from staying too long, but looks like they're getting set up to try and get this plant coming through, tossing out those sense walls. It's used to be able to cross, to be able to get over that default plant position. Trist finds an opener, jumps in through a window. Holy confidence, but Engage does manage to answer back, taking him down, keeping himself alive. That's important because he's still got 2 smoke canisters in his pocket that he's going to be looking to throw as this execute comes through. See Deimos track onto Ions, the wall raised up, allowing this player to try and push through, trying to get in to collapse in that position, and the plant will be started. Smoke not on that position, and it looks like Adept will be able to stick now. Even if the smoke comes through, it will still go down, and it does. The post plant here now, Need to see the Unks try and retake, and we see him continue to just hold in this position. A fight coming through. Jabate's a little too good for Engage. Have to deal with that Blackbeard. Solaris is starting to find out. He knows where the player is, but he isn't going to be able to take him down. But he's good enough as a distraction. It's for Ions to be able to come in from the back and take that player down. Now it is just Ions last alive, forced to engage with Adept as he drops off that cabinet. He's done the work. He gets bomb down and gets 2. That'll be the first round going the way of Core.
So I've often stated that I view one of the most important steps, arguably the most important step for the attackers, as being to get a physical foothold within the map itself. Get physically inside of the building. Because once you do that, kind of every step that follows just becomes infinitely easier. And we saw Core do that very, very early on. Especially with that Blackbeard. And then they identify that Bless's position is very weak. And so they take that down. And then they move on to the next step of dislocating Hectic inside of that server room from Z, which then gives them a little bit more space to play with. And Triss does a phenomenal job that round of first getting that opening pick, but then even keeping that man count fairly close once the Ungs actually start to try to get a couple picks back. And all that space that the Core took early round is really what enabled them to get that plant down, and then to force Unks to play into that.
I can't believe it was aggression jumping in that window immediately after fighting himself a kill. It almost worked for him too. You do see Engage managing to shut it down. It's good to see. Had a bit of a struggle so far this match. Already getting 50% of the total kills he found on Nighthaven Labs in the first round of Lair.
Alright, man.
Yeah. That's what it is.
You can't call me out for doing that, then do it. Alright?
At High Tech Chat on Twitter if you got a complaint.
At High Tech Chat.
We'll see a roam clear started over towards Armory now. Just get things in order. And nobody really contesting it on the side of the Unks, though they do have a couple of players in position to swing off this take should they not be droned, but they are. We'll have to see them fall back, at least momentarily.
Looks like they're going to send the Blackbeard up top floor, which, I mean, kind of accomplishes what I was saying in the post round for that last round, just getting inside of the building. And then that gives them a little bit of room to gather information on where these defenders are, and then have a more comfortable path forward to actually find and fight them. As they're also using this Ayana that Trist has taken to just gather a ton of information, make a little bit of noise, which has allowed them to get in, sort of getting those air jabs down, and now Soapy can start doing some vertical play.
It's really dangerous though, because Bless is still upstairs in R6, so could go for a flank at any point, and I'm not sure if Core Academy have noted his position as of yet. Seem to be aware of the fact that there could be a player flanking up those stairs, but the fact that the Vigil is persisting and has not yet been pushed, I think is very dangerous as he starts to make his way across Skybridge. Looks to walk down those stairs, shoot some of these players in the back. See the vertical being worked, some doorways being opened. Bless slowly taking his time, not wanting to move too quick, knowing that his best opportunity is to go for this during the execute. And Zolaris is going to try and join him. Hitting an air jab that will give up the play a little bit, will reveal their hand. Simply opts to sprint away, get out of there, and make his way to approach from a different angle.
I guess
Yellow now.
Gotta try to get back to the site now that he's not going for that play, but he's just caught out by Trist, and that's gonna put even more pressure on Bless to make his flank work.
That was the flank though. Light's coming through, but Lance is going down. We need to see Bless find impact here. He finds one, finds a second, but does not manage to deny the plant. Oh, he does, apologies, no. Engage inside of sight is able to get rid of it at the last possible second, and now the vert control has been forfeit. We see Bless upstairs denying these players sprinting into sight, and he'll be able to take down the last remaining player, Trist, as he tries to sprint through those floorboards. Perfectly timed out of him, completely turning around that looked impossible for the Unks on its head, and they're able to take it.
But even though it did get very close, the game plan in general that the Ungs had was really solid. They contested that first floor for long enough that they wasted a good bit of time and a little bit of utility that poor Academy had brought out. And most importantly, they masked the position that Bless had taken up inside of our 6 room. And so then, once we're trying to get into the rhythm of actually working the site, we see Zalaris first poke out, although he gets killed up by Trist. And then we see Bless make his flank work as well. And by this point, a good bit of time has been wasted, and a lot of utilities are already being thrown at the site, so Bless is able to kind of slip through the cracks and have a ton of impact, which then creates the calamity that Engage uses to get up and stop the plant from ever going down, which then just puts the last 2 Quarter Academy players in a position where there's 20 seconds left, you don't have the diffuser, and there's a guy holding the vert that you made.
It's a little bit of an awkward situation to find yourself in. I feel for Triss. Probably cursing the fact that they brought along a ram at that point, but nothing to be done. Just need to be a bit better about holding the flanks, and to be fair, that was a phenomenally timed flank out of Bless. He could not have made it work any better. Is Triss stuck on the rappel? Okay. Manages to sort things out. We're seeing a top floor extension for this bunks and briefing bomb site. Pretty standard in terms of how it's played, but it does require the attack to pretty much take the entire top floor, much akin to how they would on an R6 room clear, which I think leads to this being a reasonably difficult site to attack under even the best of circumstances.
I think I have to agree with my co-caster there, but Blitz, or Yang, excuse me, does certainly make that a little bit easier, as does Sense, just for the ability they have to cut off some lines of sight, especially with how much more control over that gadget you possess now. As Soapy's gotten in, looked to deny some space with those air jabs, and now Ions and Engage are just trying to play a crossfire over by server in our 6th room, as, well, the rest of the team, I mean, they're killing off Triss for that opener. Bless has gotten 2 kills, and that's done a ton of damage to this attack, and has drastically slowed down their efforts.
Bless has been unstoppable so far. He's been the hero that they need, not necessarily the hero they deserve. Still alive, looking to try and collect more inside this round, but it'll be hectic to find the next. You just swing, though. Are these players adept over towards server? Looks like the Unks are simply opting to give up the space, which is correct out of them. They know. Oh, nice shot by Sophie. Going for a second and he'll find it. Suddenly turning this round on its head. It's a 2v2 out of nowhere. Bless and Ions both relatively low, and Soapy hasn't taken a single point of damage. Plus, Adept upstairs can look to go hack these phones. This round may yet be dangerous, Kels.
Has a ton of potential to be dangerous, but there is still a defender lurking on that top floor. It's going to be Ions. We know how good he is at playing these types of situations, but that Dokubi call, it's going to mean he has to fall off or risk getting found out.
Up back, just trying to keep himself alive. Yunks forced to give up sight, though, and we will see Adept immediately capitalize, dropping down inside. He's noted on the bulletproof cam, so they are aware that he has made his way into bunks. Gonna start that plant, but it's still very difficult if you are the Unks. They make the call to go and retake top, recognizing that both these players have dropped down below. Soapy's gonna take a bunch of damage through the wall. He will persist, he will stay alive. Ions is gonna have to be the point of contact here. Start looking for those fights. He's gonna hit an air jab, which gives away the fact that he has retaken upstairs. Has some pings on the players here down below, trying to engage with these players, trying to take them down as his teammate wraps around Green Hall. Bless, point of contact, is able to find it. That Malusi is going to give away the fact that Adept is repositioned upstairs. Now they know they can simply get on the case. They can hold the vert. They can try and shut this player down. Both players are down below. Bless with the shot through the floor. Regardless, does not matter. Ions can simply stick the defuse. And what a round, flipping back and forth throughout, but the Unks managed to take it in the end.
It's what, like, we just saw round 3 of map 2 finish. And Bless already has almost 30 kills.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Light work, honestly.
Light work. Light work,
the back
no reaction.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of back
what
and
can you
forth.
say?
A lot of back and forth that last round. Was the first thing I would say, personally.
Yes.
But, I mean, we see kind of both teams take the same approach. I think when they're put in those awkward situations, which I think is interesting. Where we see Soapy and Adept just kind of consider their options, find those 1 versus 1s, win the fights they need to, and then the Ungs did the exact same thing once that diffuser went down. They didn't panic, they took stock of what they actually had, and what, more importantly, where people were, what information they possessed, and then they just worked off of that. First getting the pick on the Soapy, and then, logically, you can kind of piece together that Adept is playing above the diffuser at that point, and Bless is just on that because he knows Adept has to make the move there, and so he's just going to pre-farm and fry him when he does.
Very impressive play out of the Unks, being able to be so composed in those unfortunately difficult situations. And especially like managing to hold on to the mental after having such a convincing advantage, which they just kind of tossed away off the back of Soapy's play upstairs. Resilience would be the word I use inside of that round from both teams, frankly. Battling back seemingly impossible situations. Young's a little more resilient, managing to hold on. Get to attack onto the... defend onto their favorite site once again, as the site rotation comes through and they're facing R6 room once more.
And it was a site that was picked apart pretty systematically the last time, just with Core's ability to find any gaps that might exist, and Jabates. No need for a gap this time, just raw entry powers. He takes down Zolaris without taking a shot. And we see players on rocket stairs as well, which is a ton of space to be given up by Unks, and is going to put pressure on every piece of this defense to be absolutely perfect.
Oh, Bless again, taking down the Ying. That's so crucial. Kelsey, will he find another? Looking like he wants to swing onto the window, but just barely exposes his shoulder. That's the raid boss taken down. A chance now for Core Academy. They've lost their main initiator. That Ying taken down is dangerous, but they've still got this Deimos shotgun ready to walk up the hallway and pump a few players in the face, give them a little bit of buckshot for their troubles. It'll be tough here. Engage will be that point of contact. He's got a shotgun of his own, so shotgun v shotgun battle. What a swing out of Ions to take down Jabates. That's your sense as well. So only the smokes remaining on Bravo to break up these lines of sights, and oh my god, Ions does not stop. Suddenly things go from bad to worse for Core Academy. Their only 2 remaining players are now here over towards Cases, and they're playing a well set up crossfire. Are the Unks over towards that position, engaged, tucked in the corner smartly, but Triss does manage to find a little bit of a gap, break it up, and it turns into a 1v1. Engage versus Triss. Triss has been so good so far, but Engage has woken up map 2, bringing that SMG-11, bringing the hurt. We see Unks now leading by 2.
There's a lot of space given up early on that round, and even a pick given up early round. But honestly, looked a little bit reminiscent of a round last map, where Unks were defending and Core Academy took a lot of space on Rafters. Where, even though there's a lot of space that's taken, the actual power positions are still overwhelmingly in favor of the defense, especially with people like Blast being able to get just those few picks here and there to make sure that Unks never fall too far behind. And not to mention the fact that off of those power positions and off of those individual players, you have people like Engage and Hectic for most of that round, who are kind of willing to play a little bit back and just be the support system so that these fraggers aren't acting on their own.
Nice to see Engage has woken up map 2. Zolaris still having a little
agree.
bit of a stinker, 0-4, and he was also the entry picked last round. Not the position you want to find yourself. Hopefully can see him start to find a bit more success, but right now, him and Ulecki going band for band, trying to maximize how many rounds they can manage without finding a single kill. Getting to round 5 here. Oh, both of them have yet to make it through a single round alive and yet to find a single pick throughout. See if either of them are able to buck the trend. We move into this basement defense. Oh, Bless another one.
Well, Lucky's not going to is Bless. He's taking matters into his own hands, and if there's one thing that the Youngs are good at, it's making plays that are completely unreal. As both the team's bottom fraggers are the first 2 kills, as the rest of both teams look to pick up the pieces that are left in their wake.
My broke ass saying, let's go band for band. Jabates does manage to take down Bless. Once again, smoke tossed out. This is dangerous for Ions. He's being pushed from both sides. He manages to get down onto Jabates. Crucial find out of him, and the push doesn't come through because of that smoke cloud he tossed out. Fortunately, he's not going to be able to capitalize, finalize, take down that last player. There's another fight coming through, and Ions is going to swing off it, take down the player down below. Suddenly, it's just a Adept Blast alive. What even happened here, Kelsey? The one player who had been in position to engage with Ions, seemingly ready to swing. He's just waiting outside that door, finding absolutely nothing. So Ions doesn't know that Jabates is downed. And still relatively nearby. I think Adept will be able to get this pickup off. These 2 at the bottom of these stairs. Proved to still be a little problematic for Core Academy.
They have a minute left to work this, and Ions is on low enough HP that there is the potential for either of these attacking guns to shred through him with their fire rates, but we're probably going to see Ungs look to just kind of hold things together here, especially since they have control of that diffuser. They control the positioning.
Jackal track him too, but gonna try and play around this case instead of falling off. It's so dangerous, Kels. All playing here, all playing so scared. A little jiggle shoulder peek exchange of fights, but Ions is taken down. And the 2 remaining defenders, they're not close enough to help. They decide it's better for them to fall back to site, and with such low time, it may well be. You see Adept able to pick up that case, but they gotta rush here. They gotta go quick and be able to get a couple Jackal tracks should they desire. Before heading into this bomb site, there's barbed wire in their way. They gotta tuck inside. One player's gotta plant, one player's gotta cover. Kill will come through. Adept 1 for 1, but he's 1 HP. Big Matt engaged, just tucked to the corner, and Adept doesn't know. Unks, by the skin of their teeth, do manage to take that round. Kelsey, that came a lot closer than it needed to.
I mean, there are a couple rounds, honestly, that you gotta say that for, but perhaps none more so than that one. It's really, like, that upstairs hold from the Ungs is very interesting to me. Particularly the play that Ions made, as I do feel like he's kind of shown an ability not only to just kind of play like the worst kind of rat that you've ever seen in an FFA lobby, but he's good at using the utility to make that happen as well. And we see him use a smoke grenade to cut off the only player that can really contest him, so he can take that fight with Jabates, and he doesn't end up getting the kill, but he wastes time that Adept has to spend going and picking up Jabates, who then has to play the rest of the round on 20 HP. And we see there on that first floor, the Ungs know they have that diffuser down, so they hunker down around it, and then that buys enough time that Engage and Hectic can fall back to the site and just wait for Jabates and Adept to run in haphazardly, because there is no other option.
I don't want to come across as being like mean here, but you really sounded like you pulled out a thesaurus for that last color point, and like as someone who does this as well, I am very impressed by all the big words you threw into that sentence. That was awesome. Just know I had a huge grin on my face.
There?
I can't even remember them at this point, but we'll go back in the VOD. We'll find them. That was a lovely little color point there, Kels. Head into this next round.
I once attended a workshop, like as a teenager, like when I was flown out to Philadelphia for a convention. And just like this random girl walked up to me after and said, use the big word that made you sound like young Sheldon. And that comment has haunted me for years. Like, it's been almost a decade, and I'm still haunted by that sentence.
That is cruel and unusual, and I hope that she never finds peace. This rounds. Another top 4 take. Starting over towards Ops is Yalecki on that Blackbeard, trying to play the most overpowered operator in the game for any hope at finding himself a kill. Or at least not an opening death. Greeted by a mirror window, though. C4 tossed out. Topi gonna take a ton of damage, and taken down. Ions, though, taking a ton of damage. Suddenly, things are not looking good for the Unks, and he's gonna have to expose himself. Sophie's gonna steal the kill away from his teammate. continuing to deny Alecki that opener that he so craves. This is not a good round for the Unks. Things have started looking terrible, and Solaris, he's going to need to get an ace here, have to find himself going even if he wants any chance of being able to win this round for his team. He needs to find the first, keep himself alive at least for now, but he's facing a Blackbeard in this hallway, and with that SMG-11 being the only gun he's got in hand, it is not an enviable position to find himself in. Being pressed from all sides, the Blackbeard refusing to give him a fight. Him and Ulecki keeping the scoreboard close between each other. One apiece in that round. That was dominance from start to finish out of Core.
I think Core was just a lot more careful that last round to not give opportunities for the Ungs to get under their skin. As we've seen before, right? Like, every single player on the Ungs on this map have been very good at just finding, like, the little gaps that exist within the ranks of Core. Which, I mean, especially Ions. Ions has been poking at it the whole time. And Trist has kind of been his foil on the side of Core Academy. But that round, there really isn't, like, a good place for Ungs to do that because everyone is playing off of each other while working with that Blackbeard, which just enables those picks to go in the favor of Core Academy one after the other until there are so few bodies left that all Core really have to do is just say, hey, look, there's a guy. Let's go kill him.
At the end of the day, when it's a 1v5 and that 1v5 is a smoke with the SMG-11 staring down a Blackbeard, there isn't so much that you can do. It is what it is, right? Like, it's a shooter at the end of the day, and that doesn't take too much strategy. Let's just all walk at him, and it works for Core. That being said, we managed to find 2 rounds on their attacking half. It's still a defender-favored map, so certainly not the end of the world. But might have expected a little bit more out of them, given this is their map pick after all. See if their defenses are up to snuff. The Unks have any particularly interesting ideas that they intend to bring along. They'll be able to continue this lead in order to force map 3.
I mean, I have to say, I do think the Ungs have looked better on this map, paradoxically, except for Ions just now, who gets killed by Jabates. But that is a trend that continues from the last map, where the Unks really aren't careful early rounds, and it ends up with them getting killed off. And Ions really, I think, is a huge force for this team. Particularly on the defense, but on the attack as well. And getting him off the board early on is absolutely crucial, especially with Dokkaebi, who has very potent ability, not only because she can call people who are hiding in corners, but she can kick dead players off of cams for 12 whole seconds as well, which is massive.
I think on this side in particular, not the most potent operator, given that there isn't so much of a roam that tends to go down on this R6 room and Master. But regardless, still, like you say, it's a body drop, and that is very important on this top floor site because it is such a difficult position. All the positions are so difficult to clear. Still got the tools to do it, and we will see Hectic start to toss in some of those Bs to force the player ops back over towards the mezzanine as Wes works his way in down below. They have managed to wrest control of ops away from the defense. So a good start so far for the Unks in getting themselves into the positions they need for this attack. They're going to need to do more. They're going to need to start to open up some walls, and timer is getting relatively low, Kelsey. They're going to have to try and speed things up, but push up the stairs. Jabates taken down. A really nice find out of Bless. He continues to fight forward, looking to try and engage with this player over towards Ops, but the swing from Mezzanine is good. Managing to find another kill, but this DMR does so much damage. Ulecki taken down, forced to swap to the pistol as the prone swing seems ready to come through. Trist just waiting with bated breath for this player. Shoulder's going to expose himself, but he wins the fight regardless. Solaris taken down, Soapy elsewhere. Engage, last alive. He's been having a much better game, and he knows where these 2 remaining players are. Does a ton of damage, manages to injure Trist. Soapy down below tosses out the C4, so that should be info for him. He should know where that mute has gone, and that Soapy is going to have to reposition, make his way up one of the staircases in order to deny this plant, and he will not be fast enough. Engage looking to stick, gets it down. That's all he needs to do. Now you need to hold this post. You need to find a spot where Soapy doesn't expect you and win one more 1v1 for him to secure this clutch. Jiggles now, a couple shots ringing out. Soapy goes to clear these angles, and he's going to have to clear oh so many. Does not have good info onto where Engage is. Working forward, still a couple bullets in that mag. Take it slow, but he doesn't really have the time to work with. Seemingly has an idea, but there's a Goyo canister on the door, Kelsey. He can get on this case, and Engage is forced to come from one direction. It's revealed, and Soapy will win it. Hitting the shot, almost dies to the Goyo canister. Has time to reposition, and he will be able to just barely stick this plant.
Look, I gotta say, if he fried Engage then died to the Goyo canister, that would have been hilarious. But comedic timing is denied, and I'm sure Soapy will not mind that the comedic timing was denied. Is we see there that, I mean, there was, I think, an attempt at some multi-dimensionality from that push from Unks, but in the end it didn't really manifest in any meaningful way, especially once the pushback really started to come in from Core Academy. They didn't allow for a ton of space to be actively held by the Unks, which then just let them either continue to get bodies back in their favor or just pressure the bodies that were on the board for Unks, so they were immobile for a large portion of that round and really not properly able to support one another.
Just never really gave them the chance to establish the control they'd taken. It was just constant fights coming through. Reminds me a lot of that Raptors round we saw last game. Just kind of flipped, right? Where instead of having the Unks being the one who was or locking down that kind of like narrow hallway mezzanine-like position, it is the opposite. It is Core Academy who have the players in positions to swing onto those tenuous spots upper mez. Managed to take down pretty much everyone on the Unks upstairs, leaving just the one player left alive. Obviously, we did see Engage manage to get one back down Trist, as Trist attempted to reposition, get back into sight. Wasn't able to close it out in the clutch. Really nicely done by Soapy to lock that down, to shut down that attempt. Or they move on to their next site, playing downstairs on the basement, bringing a roam. Bringing that Vigil cause a little bit of a problem for the Unks as they start their approach.
Yeah, I mean, part of the fact that the danger of this map being so big is just that operators like Vigil kind of dramatically increase in effectiveness just because, like, their gadget already kind of makes it hard to pin down a Vigil exactly, but if there's like 8 rooms in that range that it could be in, it becomes infinitely harder to figure out exactly where he is. Especially since Core Academy really are putting effort into working together and not being isolated from one another. I mean, we see Lecky and Adept playing off of each other. Jabates is up there playing with them as well. They're really trying to make sure that they waste time from the Unks, but also play in a way where the Unks don't just have, like, a gap that allows them to kill the entire realm.
Talk about wasting time here, Kelsey. They've wasted over 1.5 minutes of this round to the point where the Unks feel kind of forced. Just look at approaching site directly here. They work a couple players in through that back door. Try and fight over towards Toxin here. And Ion's in a great position, is able to find himself the opener. Hectic a second. Traded back one by Triss, but suddenly the advantage starts to spiral. These last 2 remaining defenders are forced to make their way back to site, but they're both over towards lab support. There's nobody left on the upstairs extension. The Unks may well be aware of this as they're taking their time here. They're not trying to force things. They're not sprinting into sight, trying to go too aggressive. A huge whiff out of Ions. Oh my goodness. Let that thing sing, but he doesn't hit a single bullet. Lucky's fired off. Position known, being tracked by the Deimos as Hectic gets this case down. There's a chance here. Flares is going to be able to take him down, win it out. Lucky dropped, and that'll be all she wrote for that round, as the Unks, with an excellent little gap find over towards the back door there, sneak their way into lab support, shut things down.
I mean, sometimes that is all you need, is just to, like, really look at what is being given. Because it is never truly possible to cover every single basis that you might have in Rainbow Six Siege in your defense. There is always something that has to give, some aspect of the site that has to be weak. And the plan from the Unks that round is just, well, they've put so much effort top floor. There's a Valkyrie, there are mirror windows, there's a Vigil up there. There's gotta be something on the site that is weaker. And so they do this multi-pronged lurk into the actual site itself. And by the time the Unks, or excuse me, Core realize what's going on, they've already lost a majority of their bodies and complete control over that site. So there is no real way back into the round, because now they're having to swing into their own setup, with the ACOGs of the attack being what answers them.
Definitely not an enviable position to find yourself in if you are those last couple remaining defenders. I think even worse than the ACOGs, the Goyo fires burning on the entries into sight, like just totally using the defense's setup against them. Really effectively done by the Unks. Likely to work twice. Looks like they're actually attempting a completely different look at an attack as we see multiple attackers stacking up here over towards lower warehouse.
A little bit of a similar game plan, although with the Monty, they're kind of looking to show their hand a little bit more than the previous rounds, as the Monty is... I mean, he's very good at gathering information and taking space, but he's also loud in doing both of those things. So there's not as much room for a stealthy play. With that being said, they haven't done a solid job of forcing Sophie to fall back a little bit. They have Ions on that lurk upstairs as well, which really could be quite potent if Lucky isn't prepared, but he is prepared. That's going to knock Ions off the board. Adept gets one onto Bless as well. And now all of a sudden, that direct take kind of looking like it's falling apart a little bit, especially since Monty is going to become exponentially less powerful with each ally that falls around him.
The direct take is not looking too hot. The direct take's the only part that seems to have worked. The lurk players both taken down. Bless and Ions finding nothing upstairs. They are able to start to open up a couple of these walls. Not looking particularly promising for these remaining attackers, as everyone on core seemingly understanding the win condition, opts simply to fall back.
Man, why wouldn't you fall back? There's only about a minute left in the round. You have a two-man advantage. Not to mention the fact that you have those Goyos, the Legion, and that Fenrir, which are all going to waste time and become more potent as the timer continues to tick down. And that's going to put more and more pressure on every Unks player with each passing second as well. Like, it's just a win-win situation for Academy right now.
Trist routing in a corner there is able to take down one. Engaged, completely isolated over on this side of the map, and now he'll be known. He's in a 1v5 on that Monty. Not an enviable position to find yourself in. Deft will be the one to collect. Pretty easy for him as he simply wraps his way up Rocket Hall and bullet in the skull of that last walk-in mountain.
We see that the Unks kind of try to go with a similar plan to last time, where they feel like the direct take might be weaker than the roam. But in this instance, because they'd already gone for something similar previously, Core are a little bit more aware of the possibility of something coming directly toward the site. Not to mention the fact that Monty is quite loud with his presence, which really kind of telegraphs that, oh, the Monty is here, so there's gonna be a good amount of effort. And because of the fact that Ions has kind of been playing like he has this whole game, assuming that he's going to be lurking upstairs like he was really isn't that much of a leap, which allows Lucky to get a really phenomenal kill. And after those first two opening picks happen for Core, they fall back on their laurels and just wait for the Unks to waste their own time. So there is really nothing that can be done, no amount of pushing from the Monty that'll be impactful, because there is nothing to push into that isn't a crossfire that's going to get you killed.
Another fascinating lineup being hinted at by the Unks here. Bringing along some, we'll say, exciting operators. Hoping to see them possibly stick this. Bringing along the Glaz and the Capitao and the Ying. All three of those. Very interesting to watch. I'm curious to see what this approach will be. A little bit nervous for Core as those bans just came through. The Unks decide to drop the Warden and instantly bring along this lineup. They're definitely cooking something here, Kelsey. I cannot wait to see what.
I mean, my guess would either be open a wall and jump in really fast, or like jump in a window really fast and just kind of go for a shock and awe approach, cut off angles, blind people, have the glass hold something awkward, and then just go in and have Big Matt plant with that Monty. But that does kind of rely a little bit on a few mistakes from Core Academy, but if you go somewhere fast enough, there is always the opportunity. And actually, Trist makes that first mistake that'll really make this type of attack viable by dropping that body.
Trist finally finding himself punished after so many rounds, being the one finding that opener for his team. The aggression's been non-stop, and this time does not work in his favor. See the Monty start to work in towards Pebbles here. He'll be greeted by this shotgun in a moment, but Dopey not gonna be able to do any damage to the Monty, but taking down the player behind him. Bless, that's him dropped. You see Ella tossing a couple of Grismonts at this Monty, trying to do as much damage as she can to engage. Not gonna be enough. Gonna continue to persist, but that's still a very favorable trade for the defense. Another engagement coming through. Zol gonna try and find something in this hallway. Managed to get rid of that Ella mine, so the uncontested momentarily as he works up the hallway. Yeah, Core, they decide to simply give up the space, knowing that they cannot fight in the face of all of this utility.
I mean, look at the time, though. Like, it really is worth falling back and making the Ungs work a little bit harder at this point. Especially with the fact that the glass is down. That is a really potent operator for both fragging and area denial in an execute, and he was the first dead from the side of Ungs, not to mention the fact that it makes Captel a little less potent since he can't play off of the glass. Just a solid situation for Core.
Yings and Fire going out, smokes as well, forcing Konopi to move. He's going to sprint into the middle of the room. He's surviving so far, but finally taken down. And it's all the Unks off the start of this execute. Plant is ready to be started. Jabate's the only one left alive, holding his angle over towards bathroom still. Trying to persist, but he'll be taken down easily by Hectic. He moves a little too much, gives his position away, and the Unks with a flawless height hit managed to take that round with ease.
In spite of that low time, what the Ungs did very well there was, once they actually kind of had the space adjacent to the site that they needed, they set up the execute and then all coordinate just like that. 3, 2, 1, let's run in the door. And that allows them to do what that lineup is really well suited to. Throw a ton at your opponents to discombobulate the defense, and then get in there, isolate your 1v1s, get that diffuser on the ground, and make your opponents work for any possible inch that might happen in that retake. Which, again, when you're doing that into ACOGs with someone like Bless or Ions on the other side of it, that is way easier said than done.
Almost looked too free for the Unks there. I was blown away. I don't know if you caught it, Kels, but Core had Goyo canisters set up on every single approach to site. I don't think they popped a single one in the face of those flashbangs. It's nobody quite ready for the execute to come through right then and there. Unks, that could have really messed with their play, because if those Goyo canisters are popped at the right time, it could be Capitao utility wasted, a couple Yings tossed out, and you don't really have that much utility left over to go for that sight hit afterwards if you are the Unks, if you aren't able to make that work the first time around. There's them there, though. They start their approach, and it could possibly be the last round of this game. Taking it slow, still very wary of any potential spawn peaks.
They want to try to go for something a little bit similar, because they're bringing back that Monty, Ying, and Glaz. Although, I might try to throw in a lurk from Ions this time to accent that a little bit. As they worked for something very, very direct last time, and yet again, Trist is gonna be the first one to fall to that Glaz, which gives a ton of room over towards Unks, when they're already the ones on map point here. So now, you're going to get that wall open as well, which is going to deny a little bit more space from these defenders. And sets them up for something of an execute, potentially.
This is the mirror window to make this a bit more inconvenient, trying to burn some of that hard breach. C4 tossed out as well, and that actually continues to deny that wall being opened. Don't know if they've spotted it yet, but they cannot walk through that breach whatsoever, and Zol has only got the one breaching charge left on side. So you're gonna have to be real careful here. Choose their approach effectively. If not, it could be very dangerous if they aren't able to get in the breach that they may expect.
Now Monty's taking some space a little bit away from where they actually opened that wall, which is interesting. Ying Candelas are going out as well just to try to force some defenders to move around a little bit. So it looks like the plan for Unks right now for the next little bit is just to kind of feel out exactly what the defenders are doing and see if there's a potential gap somewhere, or maybe even just like a player that they want to isolate.
Their time here. Clock's getting a little bit low. Still enough for them to work with, and as they open up that wall, they can get Monty into the plant position to be able to start getting this down. 1 C4 is the only real potential answer here for the defense for Core Academy. Sophie's going to need to toss that perfectly, because if not, this is going to get incredibly dangerous. He is in position to toss it. Grips the C4, hasn't thrown it yet. Does manage to take down Engage. That's the Monty dropped. That is incredibly dangerous here, and the case is now down in the open. Pretty much unrecoverable now for the rest of the round, and it looks like it may well be enough. Hectic taking damage from the goo mine. Ions manages to trade with Adept, but that isn't enough. There's no time. You need to pull out this goo mine to get to case. You can't get inside the breach to be able to collect it. And Hectic, nothing to do, nowhere to go. He's easily taken down, and Core Academy hang on for at least one more round.
They look really solid there for Unks for a lot of that round. It looked like they had things open like they needed. They had the space that they needed. They got that opening pick. But in the end, they allow just enough wiggle room for specifically Soapy to get in and get that C4, but then he gets another pick off of that space he's taken as well, which surrenders the diffuser in no man's land and forces the rest of Unks to then play by Core's rules. And Core don't really set up the rules to be too kindly to the people that are actively trying to plant in their bomb site, and so they play around that diffuser. They keep Unks out as best they can, and then when the Unks actually try to get in, there's a gun looking at them, or there's a goo mine on the doorway that's gonna stay on your leg because, well, what if I take it out and he tries to swing me? Just a very awkward situation that really isn't super recoverable, at least not consistent.
Especially with that breach not being open. That first C4 that was tossed out ends up actually being incredibly high value, preventing an actual breach from being opened at any point, forcing the glass, I believe, was BLITZ to sit outside of that breach for the entirety of the round. I had to give it some thought there. I entered my mind palace for a moment. Regardless, let's see. One last chance for the Unks to close this one out in regulation. Onto this bottom floor site. They've managed to win it before, but it was off the back of a, we'll say, unreproducible lurk play through storage on the bottom floor, just kind of sneaking into lab. I doubt they'll be able to pull it off again. So we'll note they're not trying to do the same stuff with the Monty for that warehouse take as we saw the previous time. And Ion's aggressive here, just hopping inside of barrels, looking to see if he can't find anyone. Blessed with an opener upstairs, and here comes the fight, the swing, but Ion's is unable to take it. Tris taking him down, crosshair placement just a bit too good over towards warehouse, locking things down.
Jabez manages to tag onto one as well, and that's Hectic. That's the hard breach that was brought, or at least the primary hard breach. Because Bless does have can openers, but those aren't going to be nearly as versatile as Hibana, since Hib is a range hard breach, whereas Grim is not. And that means that even with a lot of first floor control surrender to the Unks, there aren't as many options as to for what to do with it, since you're just limited on the capabilities of how you can hard breach and the amount of hard breach as well. Especially with Zolaris getting killed off with your vertical play. Although, Big Matt's got a nade. What can you do?
Jabate's hitting that old WTF in chat. I feel like that's meant for himself. How do you stand on top of a grenade like that? Nade not even on my screen. Sometimes it happens. Listen. Still the advantage for Core Academy. These last two attackers don't really have much to work with. Neither one of them inside the building. I say that as Bless pops his way into weapons and starts to try and look at making an approach here. He's got a bit of vert to work with and has the hard breach charges, as you'd mentioned, to open up that hatch. We'll say they do have is a little bit of time on hand with which to work, as well as those couple of Bs that Bless has in pocket. Gonna look to group up over towards the bottom of these stairs here. See if they can't make their way in, find themselves a pick or two, but with the reinforced wall, with the Banshees to greet them, it's not looking too promising if you are the attack in this position.
I mean, technically anything's possible, but with the possessions the defense have, it'll be certainly highly improbable here.
Just running back and forth this entire time, finally makes his way inside. Bees are tossed out, tries to, if you can't find anyone. Yuleki's position has been revealed, so there's some potential here for Engage to slip in. Bless does manage to find the first, that's the opener, and he can get himself to the plant spot and start to stick this plant, but he hits a goo mine, forced to pull it out. Can he start it? Yes, just barely. Now these last two players, they're going to try and reposition, swing onto him. We have to see Engage hold from Vert, but he's unable to find the second. Dept, last alive, manages to save it for his team. Taking down Bless as he's forced to stick. Engage doesn't quite have the coverage needed to shut it down. We'll see overtime now, Kelsey. 2 maps in a row.
They really are just trying to ruin our voices.
I'm starting to feel it, I can't lie. I need to make myself a team between maps.
I only have so many cool thesaurus words to throw out here, man. I don't know if I have a third map. Gotta go to thesaurus.com. But
what
anyways,
is synonym for push?
Shove.
Ooh, I like that. Big Matt shoving into sights.
I mean, you could say shoving his way into sight. That works.
Yeah, I guess so. But I wanted to take things literally and not be fun.
I mean, you could, but that doesn't suit my argument. So I'm going to ignore it.
Shut. Never mind. I take it back. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, so.
I don't think we are.
Activating
well,
I think
can't stop
Nomical
me.
will show up in your house at night if you do.
It's okay. I live across the ocean from him.
You'll find I bet he can swim.
I doubt it. I don't know. Doesn't seem like the type.
The Yanks are back on the attack here for this first round of overtime. We're going back to the bottom floor for Core Academy, which I think is a really good decision. As that first round that they won on this bottom floor site was, as Hyber said, kind of not really reproducible. As the way they did it was just by finding a very large gap in the defense, a crack in the armor, which they were able to pour into. But since that point, Core Academy have done a very good job of not only identifying what gaps might exist and holding them, but also identifying the win condition for the Unks in all of these attacks, so they can purposefully look to disrupt that win condition and really make sure that there is no comfortability on these attacks.
Done a good job this time of actually taking vert control. Not really being directly contested by Core at all. Grenade tossed out to get rid of that elusive from down below. Oh, but the C4 up takes down 2. I thought he shot it for a minute, but Jabates with a little bit too good a placement. The answer is there, taking down both Engage and Valeris. That's most of your vertical play now dropped, and things just continue to get worse. Trist dropping ions as well. That's the Glaz, and there's only 2 players remaining. They've got the vert. Don't really have anything else. Be forced to try and engage with Yuleki over towards these stairs, but it's not a pleasant situation to find yourself in with that DMR. A couple shots to the body will be all that she wrote, all she needs. They continue to fight with the pistol out. Hectic eventually does manage to win it, bringing things back. Closing that gap at least a little bit. Not looking too good for the Unks. They were leading by quite a bit, but it's looking now, Kels, like it might be 3 in a row for Core Academy.
We are seeing a few parallels from the previous map, actually, which I think is quite interesting, and proof that this is cinema, as Hectic gets the second before getting killed off by Soapy, which leaves just Bless, the star for Ungs for both of these maps, to make anything work, pull something out of nothing over these next 30 seconds.
He can do it. Trust. Watch this. Shoots the fender, and jiggle around the doorway, start to push forward. They also have a smoke to break up the line of sight a little bit. 15 seconds, gotta go fast, gotta find himself an engagement. Takes a little bit of damage through the smoke. 5s for now. Continues to press forward, jiggling around, but nothing to be found. Stepped with the answer, shut him down, and the Youngs find themselves now facing match point after 3 chances to close this out.
And they're going to call a tactical timeout, which you could argue it's a little bit late in the game, but hey, that's okay. Better late than never. I believe it's Dirty is the coach for the Unks, if memory serves, is going to have a little bit of time to just sit down and rally the troops, discuss some strategy. They want to guarantee they win this next defense round so they have a chance on that attack. But Core Academy are honestly probably going to have a little bit of a mental advantage going into this next round. Just because they know that they're in the driver's seat for this next game. They can take solace in the fact that if they win this round, or if they lose this round, excuse me, they get the defense afterwards. They get the site. That has been in the overwhelming advantage, whereas the Unks have so much pressure on their shoulders that it causes Ion's game to crash.
Surely not tactical here. Regardless, see a little bit of a pause in the action. We reset the score. Show the actual true nature of what we are looking at. It's not looking good. The Unks, Kels. Core Academy, like I said, they have the opportunity to go back to defense even if the Unks win this next round. Definitely been a defensive favored layer so far. Both teams managing to pick up 4 of their 6 defensive rounds in order to hit this OT. Core Academy just continue to run those numbers up as they win their first defense on the basement side. But we'll note a little bit of hope here for the Unks. Should they take the next round, if they are able to win it, they have been much more successful attacking upstairs, R6 and Master. They have that downstairs, those labs. Forced into that site, Core Academy. May yet be a chance, but like we always say, there is always a chance. It is not over till it's over. Right now, we're just going to have to wait a moment and see how that action goes.
I mean, of course it would honestly be at this point that the technical pause happens, which hopefully it's not like a crazy one. But really, I do think that there is, I made a joke out of it last, with Ions leaving the game, but there really is a lot of pressure being placed on the Unks' shoulders in this round, just because of the fact that Core are going to be in the driver's seat for these next 2 rounds. They have the defense to fall back on if they lose this, and if they win this, then, well, you win 2-0 and you get promoted to the final stage, and you force Core to play another best of 3 against either Invictus or I forget who off the top of my head. And it'll also just give Core Academy another day that they can scrim or VOD review or do literally anything they want just to make sure that they're prepared for this next stage.
Also very impressive to see them doing all this with 2 E-subs. I can't believe how well they're playing despite it. Very together, very unafraid, we'll say. Also note, Trist was straight up typing that he does not know the map, that he has not played or learned Lair yet. So, certainly not the ideal situation for Core Academy, but they seem to be making it work. Especially Adept, I believe it is, who's on 15 kills for himself. He's been having a hell of a game so far. Really giving the Unks a lot of questions they need to answer. They work on this through this game. Don't know what I was trying to say there. Yeah, it's just like it's tough to see because you'd expect them to struggle a little bit less against a team who is playing with so many substitutes. Them being a mainstay roster, a team who's been invited to Element, who's expected to be among the top of the T2 scene. So far, it's just not really looked like it throughout this game. A little bit disappointed.
I mean, I do have to wonder how things would go if Core had other players, because especially, like, I said in the beginning, but Kason really is a very potent fragger for this team. Like, in the games in the finale that I casted of Core Academy, if there was a round that was just like, all hope is gone, like, you're in a 2 versus 5, like, there's 30 seconds left, you have no room in, Kason was going to be the guy that just finds 3 kills out of nowhere that allows his team to get back in, and they don't have that. And, you know, Jabez has been doing a solid job, but without that really consistent, potent fragger that they normally have, they've still done very well for themselves. So there is, I think, a lot to be said for the potential that they have in playoffs and beyond once their final roster is assembled.
See some replays here. Oh, apologies. No, we're getting back into the game. No, I thought we were looking at replays, but this is, in fact, just straight up back to our match. Lab, once again, will be the site that we see the Unks try to defend on. I think probably the right call. This has been largely the most successful site of the map so far. Core Academy leaving Case behind and Spawn. Bates forced to turn around and go grab it, as both seemingly neither him nor Trist really wanted to be the ones carrying it. Just Spawn a little bit of a cheeky Spawn peek angle opened up. Nobody playing nearby, but kind of playing into the mental game are the Unks, trying to make him worry a bit as he starts to approach the building. Just slow him down momentarily, but not too long as we start to see drones in towards Armory.
A lot of top floor pressure coming out here from Core Academy, which, I mean, I think it's a solid idea to try to clear top down like they are, just because, like, kind of limits the amount of room that the defense has to really play with, and it also just gives you a lot more potential angles that you can work from. You see, actually, Lecky descends down from that top floor as they try to collapse onto this realm, although it looks like majoritively the defenders have vacated this first floor, which is going to give some room for operators like the Ram and the IQ to do their thing. But there is always that potential for a retake that a player like, especially Ions, is probably going to go for.
Chance here. Bless finds an opener with that C4 off the back of the Valcam info. In the IQ. Expect those to be dealt with, but fortunately not shot out soon enough. Very unfortunate miss for Academy. To make things a little bit easier for the Youngs to survive this next round. Under impact tossed up, trying to deal with that buggy as it opens up the floor. Open up a couple more of those floorboards. Starting to apply more pressure over towards filtration, bottom blue. Seen Matt engage, kind of persisting over there momentarily, but opts to simply fall back, play a little closer to his teammates in sight. Now that they have the advantage, they do not want to toss it away.
Slowly waiting, patiently. There's only 50 seconds left here for Academy to get in here, make everything happen. Even though there is a lot of vert, the defense still has a lot of solid positioning here that'll be very potent as the time ticks down.
Very dangerous spot there as Solaris almost gets his head taken off. Now rips the smoke grenade, tosses out the canister, and that's the first one burned. This is going to be an almost impossible situation now for Core Academy. As got this lineup ready to go, and he can simply deny plant for the rest of the round with those 2 remaining smoke babes. See them try something, look to try and force a couple of fights. Engagement here by Bless. 17 kills to his name. He's been phenomenal so far. Swing out for a little pre-fire, look for a little headshot ability. Zolaris finding the opener as the smokes had been tossed out. That would just be a lockout. Nothing to be found as Yunks, seemingly every answer to every question posed by Core Academy. Shutting things down with the C4, the smoke grenades, and there was nothing to be found as we move in to another maximum overtime. 7-7 on map 2.
So now we just need, I believe it was a Twitch and a Cade to trade with the diffuser down.
Yep.
And we'll have a repeat of the previous map.
It's looking similar. This time, Sport Academy can get the defense for this final round, and Master R6 will be the site, Kelsey, like we expected. Top floor. It's been back and forth for these teams. It's the only one that we've seen either attacking team really be successful on several times. Could really go either way. It's going to be tough. We won't know who it is who takes it until we get down to it. Elks bring along another very aggressive lineup with their Ying, the Capitao, the Glaz once again. For Academy, they've seen this attack before. Should have at least some kind of answer for it as it's tossed out this time around.
When there's been a lot of stagnation, I guess is the word for it, like strategically with the Unks, I feel, where we'll see in repeated rounds on a lot of similar elements repeated for the same sites. And it's something that I think just isn't really super effective against a team like Core Academy that have proved to be very fluid and versatile themselves. Especially with Lecky doing what he's doing. He's killed off Bless. That's the only player, or excuse me, one of two players that has a positive KD for the side of the Unks, not to mention your Glaz, which it has been a very potent fragger for the Unks on this site in the past. It's going to put so much pressure on everyone else on this team to be firing on all cylinders.
In this story before, they did manage to make it work last time when the Glaz was dropped early on. We'll see this breach more likely to be opened up this time around, so that first set of ace charges actually does not activate onto that wall, so that'll be just a little bit of hard breach wasted as Alaris gonna have to toss out a couple more. Oh no, apologies, no, the mute jammer. That's what's denying it right now, so an EMP will need to be tossed out in order to open that up. Now, we just see the Monty opposite side of the map starting to take some of this space away, and it does not look like Core Academy are going to be able to reinforce off this wall. That's a big blunder out of them. Usually you like to see that reinforced off a little bit earlier. At this point, they are not going to want to risk their lives to make sure that stays shut.
Ions. He's getting hit with that C4. That Monty being on such low HP is quite dangerous if he is going to be playing point man here. As the time continues to dwindle away here for the Unks to get something done. And they still haven't found recourse for that pick onto Bless either, which means everyone else has a significantly harder job to do making up for that man deficit as the execute goes out.
Opening things up are the Unks. There's still Goyo canisters on these doorways which have yet to be popped. So dangerous as this push is getting ready to come through. Darnell, Dopey in this position, gonna shoot out that first Candela as well. Oh, great aim out of him to be able to deny that. The first set of execute utility being tossed out. The Goyo canister's still not popped, but the push hasn't come through either. Such good patience here, and finally it will be activated. Ions cannot walk through that fire. He's not got the health. This is so dangerous for the Unks. They're gonna try and go for broke. Tossing in that last set of Candelas, trying to make anything happen. There's no push coming through off the back of it. They just don't have any real way into this site and entry. Hectic does manage to take down a depth. That's a start at least. The fire has burned out. 10 seconds with which to work. They need to go now. They need to go fast. Triss taken down 1 for 1. The Unks are dropping bodies. Suddenly it's just engage. Last alive. Goyo fire goo mine. Nothing he can do. And we see Core winning that ground. 7-7. They will promote. They will move forward. And the Unks, they will continue to persist in this tournament. Not out for them yet. They're going to have to work if they want to promote alongside the team they've just lost to.
Again, like Hyver said, not all is lost for the Unks just yet. There is the potential for them to get back into this, but man, oh man, does that put them in an awkward situation. They really are going to be in that do or die spot in this next game. The Core, however, they've punched their tickets up to the big leagues as they're going to join Turtle Tactics as having qualified.
Really great game out of them, frankly. I was blown away by a lot of what we saw, and I just can't get over the fact that they're They're playing with 3 of their 5, Ali. Like, it's beyond impressive. You're making this happen against a solid team. The Unks, they're no one to scoff at. Like, they're usually one of the top teams in these leagues. But not today. Not in this instance. You saw Core Academy really put up some big rounds, managing to convert despite how close it was. Map 1, Map 2, both the same story, going the distance. Isn't enough. Core Academy, they're able to get it over the line, and sometimes that's Siege, man. It's just a game of inches. We do see them able to close it out.
And I do want to highlight, just like from the perspective of like being a player, like how weird it can be to have a sub in the lobby, especially too, is every player is going to have different tendencies in the way they play, the operators they like, the utility they know how to use, the way they calm. And when you play with a certain 5 for a while, you kind of get used to how each person plays and what they are good at doing. And when you have to swap that a couple pieces out, it can have an impact on how the calling structure has to function. It can impact the roles that you have to assign to people. It can allocate, or it can change so many different things in ways that you might not expect if you're just looking at it from the outside. And that is something that Core Academy are able to overcome and use to win this series 2-0. And it really does make you wonder, if they had their full 5, if they weren't playing with 2 E-subs, what would this game have looked like?
Might not have been so close, and you know, I don't know if that would have been a good thing. I was pretty happy with how much excitement we had to play with there, Kels. Like, non-stop fights, just so much aggression. Felt like any round could flip on its head in an instant. Except for a couple of those 1v5s, but for the most part, the fact it got so close at the end. I mean, can't ask for any more. Perfect. Absolute cinema. So many chances here for the Youngs to shut it down, too. That C4 out of debates. It's just non-stop. It really was. Really well played out of Core Academy. I really was impressed with how well they were able to lock down so many of those sites. In the face of the utility, in the face of the executes, they were in the positions they needed to be. They had the answers to the questions posed by the Youngs. And at the end of the day, you know, credit to them. They win it fair and square. They look phenomenal. And I'm excited to see how they continue to look going forward with maybe a few more of their regular fun.
They'll have time to buy Kaysen better internet before the next game starts. But that's being said, it's going to be it for High Bear and I tonight. I believe it is happening in Whimsic for the next best of 3, if I'm not mistaken, which is an elimination game between F5 Esports and Karn and Co. So that'll be a hell of a game as well. Make sure you stick around for that. But until then, we're going to start through a break.
The shot from behind. There goes one. There goes the second. But the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third. Scoob. All 3. The 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Maybe he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. 10 seconds to go. Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, as now on 0 seconds left, he's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket for the Blitz.
And we might see Thermite go down to illusion, but he does get finished off.
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board. Isaiah Small Dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him, a triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the sidearm 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! I had dinner first, oh my... What a...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the quarter. Attack! And even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky. Doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Check the angle they just died from.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schlein. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the people safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Sazami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Asami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one with Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
She got the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have to fuse her down, but they need the kills. Rhyonics, now it's upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor for Rhyonics. You watch it from above, but he drops down. Locker dies, Rhyonics. Now in a 1v1
No way.
against Hudsgetter. Inside of Tello's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Rhyonics. He needs to get this go on the castle, looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Rhyonics now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Rhyonics needs a kill, and he'll get it. Invictus comes.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his second of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. If they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out of...
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds, and hold on. 86% at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. We're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TPNO. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 of Bronco. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in check. J Hitman with the ace.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure. So Unstoppable was still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full run of your execute is coming from, and Hush has repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Dolaris swings, puts it down. Rival down to 78 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked up through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now like 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills.
And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion might be playing towards default plan and doesn't have the support. It looks like he does snake towards Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's going to be shredded out. Kills, starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining, the plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packers getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives them the advantage in the back. We're gonna get a little tough.
Gonna try to make it difficult to predict his position. Gonna get that pick on Takeru. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ. Instead of the bomb site, gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. And there's the kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the...
They've got a line scan. They're freezing them in place. Because of the he still has some pressure to the side of the map. He's going to might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's going to swing. He's feeling the heat. And now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area. And the offense is now inside.
Defenders going up this because they know how important it is to get the first. Jackal, slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Ryra, he just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out of position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Doctor, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Red might as well. Poison. But it's Demons. You know, gets that pick. Diffuser gets dropped. It's immediately refresh. And with 10 seconds left, looks to continue to fly out to the blues. Comes up for HP. Getting it another one as well. Area finds one. He's going to go for this one. Pick. He's going to run out of nothing. Area with the clutch. Has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one fever barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can to get the first one he needs.
Dami even get back out, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him a 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One toxic game still available for the smoke area to rise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds his feet, but he isn't able to find the kill just yet. You need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time, the low HPs, and Dami secures a AK. Well,
have cricket, but they will again have the Titans on.
Players, command count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. Oh, he has to get one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Fluffy Aimers.
And Zonky's the one to win 2, and are we gonna see a flawless round? No, JJ's there to avoid.
v3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind. And making it 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. And he's going to be Mr. Ions, what I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the club, and oh my god! Let him go, Ions. Holy crap.
Much time as he can. The Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's getting his pick on the Beetle with the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer. We'll get the bomb down. The Packer's behind the last bomb, but Cassia wins it. He forgets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team. He secures the 2-1 quarter.
Enough sectors, what's going on here? Now,
is just getting Karn open right now. Come out, wherever you are, sit and snake. Poison's just kind of watching. He might be able to stop in there. Get more breathing room. He drops the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain. But they're going to have to also get in towards that if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ the captain. It's 5-1. It's halftime. And JJ, the man of the hour.
Coverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheeseboss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly there's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top row, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Vandal has to defend off of it against both Scary and Scoob. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively 1 versus 3 if they can get here up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the side are really going to be difficult.
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry. The last round, a huge Nitro Cell. But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Nexi falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. You can't even leave this prison, Valent. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
To the point where the clock is 0 and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's going to be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one, he finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
Smoke kills Fang. They have to stick to the plan. All of a sudden, Poison can shoot over and shoot it. What a clutch.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them. Getting the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority. And Diddy and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to my Diddy as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Window and no way we're contesting from mid-red, finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared over from Beyond on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It should be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that,
Taking a little bit of that damage, taking that early advantage, and what the?
What a
Okay.
flick. My god. And still more
Wow.
cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. 50 seconds left on the clock, though. Bubbler. Also, left limping. He might fall right here. A triple for the Lion. Now only stealth. Left remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed heal up. Oishi might reveal his position, but the flick on the flicker finally. One spot where he could realistically beat. In the frost match, the Lion strikes from the grave. My god.
Kira bring things back to a 1 versus 2, but that boss G is very dangerous. Especially with that shot on the Kira, it's all left up to Emilio. In this 1 versus 1, he has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch. With a full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trading what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. Run up from the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Twisted just has to wait. Not sure what angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if this finest angle could be there for space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it.
default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Jimmy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he could be treaded out. Kills, he starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining, the plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers and Ariel. Welcome to the grand final.
Range between 0% and 5%. Black hitting bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to be the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. These fixating bolts close out. Look at how no impact gets close. It's good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down and stay this team and shoot out his back. Gold with a Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them. Yeah, you say the Midas touch. And he lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys in
That they already know where his position is. Let the aim.
Time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here's what the clock is. They're going to make this work happen. Oh, great hit there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead at 4, people Lena only at 16. And Free Fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse from Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind this is
dying.
Pick as well. Although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse. Oh! But he's able to get them both in 1 bag.
Stop this one from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to front. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Outplay gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Blitz, no, my W gets 1, he gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all the stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh! Player down, but they do manage to lose find 1 on the Lunar. It's going to be Chosen, found 1, who finds 2. He could make this happen. 1 of them is down, both are down. Actually, if you look so down there, he can just find the planter. What happened?
To win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous...
They've got sight. Didi's going to drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's got to make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player inside kills. He does so successfully. There's still 2 players you got to watch out for. Got 1 above. He's got entrance to the staircase. And I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swing. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. No! Oh, and the sneak.
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty. And now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero, get these kills. They have a Vinden play here. Goes just around, not far enough though. This player will still sit there as Logger gets the 2nd frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest Real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Snecky's visual as well. Why don't you, Nesta? From just around the vending corner.
That it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall. A 3v3. Once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds the third Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Maybe he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression, but he might have waited too long, as now on 0 seconds left, he's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel, and Shrady has the diffuser, and like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
And we might see Thermite go down to the Legion, but he does get finished off.
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board, I'd say. A small dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him, a triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the side on 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! Buy them dinner first, oh my... What a...
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, LS Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on a border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 to lay, and it's a triple.
Oh my
You just
god!
don't check the angle they just died from.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one to Sentier. The Yink's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the fuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Walker dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1.
No way.
Tons getter inside a Teller's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. He needs to get this going to Castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus comes.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his second of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. If they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out and...
say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion might be flying towards default plant. And does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed out, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Kills. He's slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. One remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers.
The hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little tough.
Directly dual players. We know how to control all. Gonna try to make it difficult to predict positioning. Gonna get that pick on the Kiru. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ. Inside of the bomb site. They're trying to make it a 1 versus 1. If he can, he's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses. And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Things just what they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. 3rd kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the...
Because they know how important it is to get the first. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
Okay, now they're going to drop down to the fireplace and focus on...
Deal with them. They're going to let you get the diffuser down. And he's going to get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1. Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is going to come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the gate clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Lyra. He just didn't land the free fire with the C4. Forces him out of position. 4-1 to Elf, or to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Doctor, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
Red light as well. What is it? To trying to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of 1 Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Dami evening it back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the 2nd floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 toxic bait still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. Then you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK. Well,
have ticket, but they will again have the kite.
My god, players, man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. Oh, he has to get 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying that point to Fluffy Aimers.
And Donkey's the one to win 1 with 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Welcome to the second best of three of the night. Second best of the three of the night for F5 Esports, as they just came off of losing a best of three to try and make it to Element 5. But, well, here's to figure out if they can make it one step further through Blitz Season 3. It's F5 Esports versus Karn & Co. My name's Happy. Joining me, Whimsic, for what I think is your first time on a Siege broadcast.
It is my first time on a well-produced Siege broadcast, I'll say that much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but yeah, no, I'm super excited to be casting a game that has been a part of my life for so long, so that Core Academy game win. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were worried that we were going to have to sit through 2 Max OT maps just to have to watch a third map right after, but instead, we got our game coming up. So it's F5 versus Karn & Co. And like I was talking about, it's a very important game for F5 to try and bounce back. They've just lost 2 best of 3s in a row through Element 5 quals, but also because this is still just a team trying to prove that they can compete in a Tier 2 level. They didn't qualify for Tier 2 this weekend, but they got very, very close. And a win tonight against Karn & Co. would at least let everybody know that they can beat a team that's already invited to Element 5, so it'd be proving a lot.
Yeah, no, having a win against a bona fide team, a team especially with a long and storied history like Karn & Co., would allow for such a great opportunity for them to prove, like you were saying, to prove themselves.
Yeah, and they've been trying to prove themselves all season long. It's been a long season of doing just that for F5. They qualified in the first place. This is pretty much the first Tier 3 league this team has really ever played in. And then through stage number 1, making it out over 2 other teams, Mouse 1 and Temper, who were also looking to play at a T3 level. So even if they were to go out now, you know, it's still, you still feel like they did their part and they proved what they could, that they really earned a spot in this league and that they can be firmly considered a Tier 3 team now. But it's not going to be easy against Karn & Co. I think, like you said, even for people who haven't been following Tier 3, like the depths of it, Tier 3, Tier 4, they may not know much about F5, but they've heard of and they've seen Karn & Co. before.
Oh yeah, Karn & Co. as a team, how long has it been? It's been, what, 5-6 years as a roster together? Or, not a roster together, but as a roster that Karn has constantly been evolving and bringing on, you know, new friends, old friends, everybody in between. Console players now, PC players, literally anybody. As long as you're good enough and you're a fun guy, Karn & Co. is willing to pick you up and, you know, have a shot to go through a bracket, have fun with you.
Yeah, and I mean, they're definitely having a good time, but we need a win over F5 tonight to have that good time further. I love the team synergy with the F5 selfies, but it's Stealth, Slash, Z-Man, Bubbler, and Checky. And, well, F5, they finally did qual for something, as Huddestad would like them to do, but unfortunately, Huddestad just gatecapped them just like an hour or 2 ago, as they were 2-0'd by HUD's team, one of the first teams to qualify for Element 5. F5 still not quite there, but even still, I think they proved to a lot of people that they're a lot better of a team than people might have thought, because this isn't the team that was playing in anything in T3, and now they've already made a decent run, and they almost got into Tier 2. Like, they've demanded a lot of respect, and, well, this win over Karn might actually demand even more, because like we kept talking about, it's a really established team, was it?
Yeah, no, having a team with players like Deity, Foresight, Karn, Bray and Vic Bands, all of these players have proven something within the space where, you know, Bray and Vic Bands, both console players, but have both shown themselves to be very confident and very strong in their own right coming into the PC scene versus, you know, Deity, Foresight, and Karn with their PC performance. And, you know, some of these players have been very in the PC scene for a very long time. You know, this is a roster that, for a new and up-and-coming team like F5, like you were saying, they're a challenge, and they're going to be what, if you want to prove yourself, this is going to be the team to prove yourself against.
For sure, is the opportunity that you have, and then everything from beyond this point, you know, is what it is if you can make it there. F5 take Consulate and Border out of the map pool very early on, as Lair and Cafe banned out first by Karn. It's Bank and Clubhouse, the first 2 maps of the series. F5, not discouraged by their loss just yesterday and their loss earlier tonight on Bank. They've picked a Bank in 2 straight series. They lost it against Dreams and Nightmares. They lost it against the Sopranos, though both of them incredibly close. So maybe not even really the map's fault, maybe just F5 not quite at that level of comp just yet. Clubhouse picked into by Karn and Co. Of course, a guy like Karn is going to love a map like that. It's fundamentals, especially with Bray coming in sort of as like an emergency sub tonight. I'm not sure if he's the permanent solution for this team, but it seems like Aiden has taken a step back. And so you bring in someone like Bray, a map like Clubhouse is something that everybody, even the console players, will have a good amount of experience with. And so that's not going to be that hard to integrate a new player. And fortunately for them, they also get Chalet as that last map. It's not quite at that Clubhouse level of being the most established map in the game, but I feel like it's just below that in terms of how long it's been in the game and how well people are going to know it. So overall, I'd say pretty solid map ban phase for Karn & Co., especially given that F5 have looked weak on bank a couple times over, but same exact time, F5, they trust in their map pool, and Clubhouse was a map they picked into at some point yesterday during the qualifiers as well. They look pretty competitive on that too. So, we get into bank first off.
Yeah, no.
And the new CJX ban phase is going to be a fun time.
Dude, I'm super excited for the CJX ban phase as well. We've not really seen a lot of time for the CJX ban phase to develop and to see what teams have started to do with, especially with that third ban. The first and second bans, though, I'm going to assume are going to be fairly standard for the bank. I'm going to assume it's going to be something like a Cade Bandit, Cade Tubby versus a Hibana Ace kind of ban, just to kind of keep things solid, keep things interesting.
Okay.
Castle
you called the Ace. The Castle, though, I don't think anybody was going to call, but, it has some application. If you're playing against a team that wants to do extensions up to that first floor when they're holding the basement, like an open area or something like that, Castle's going to be very prevalent there. And then also holding down front desk on that second floor, that's where you really see a lot of Castle. So, either way, it checks out in terms of F5 having a method to their madness. I think the Kaid really just taken off the board just to make those hatches possible to get. Obviously, the tube will still make it annoying, but even still, the Kaid is going to make it a whole other level of annoying, means that F5 can just kind of go as fast as they like on their roam clear and not have to worry about those hatches ever getting opened or not ever getting opened. Issue is, though, that if they don't go too fast on their roam clears, they're going to run into a Goyo and a smoke at some point. So, looks like a very heavy site hold for Karn & Co. I'd be shocked if they have more than one or two people outside the site to start with.
100%. I think one of the more interesting things as well is Vic Bands using one of his mirrors in order to put it on that server wall, not allowing the thermite or the normal hard breach charges to open that wall as effectively as you would normally like it to be. That might force F5 to try to do something else, maybe a backside clear, maybe a lot of hatch drops and just flood the site, just because not having the same access to that default plant spot that you would normally have without that mirror would, it'll cause a difficulty for them. It'll cause a hard time for them. But speaking of a hard time, Carnage B already getting picked in server.
Oh. He's on smoke. That's not good.
Oh, no.
Smoke dead first, 30 seconds in. Fortunately, Deity is able to get something back as Z-Man goes down. Bubbler getting the opening pick, though. Got to talk about how big that is. They played Bank just a couple hours ago, realistically, up against the Sopranos. Everybody was in double digits. Bubbler only had 3 kills. So getting him online early is going to be really important because he was struggling just a few hours ago on this very map. So really happy to see him get on the board. Z-Man, though, I think statistically the best player on the team through this tournament specifically. And it's going to be really tough if he has a quiet day like he started off having to get a win on the board for F5. Stealth just jiggle peek contesting this elevator player. Looks like somebody might be on the staircase to try and help contest him, but he just can't quite find the angle, and eventually that elevators player is going to drop back. The whole defense has dropped back because they found an extra kill on a slash. So they're just going to hold up in this site and not really think too much about it.
I mean, yeah, like we're saying with holding up in that site, you do have the 2 nitros, you have the Goyo canisters. The Twitch will be popping those Goyo canisters, but right here, this is going to be an interesting play. Deity getting picked, walking down the marble stairs. Was that a Fenny that was on?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There was a Fen there. He also just had him on track, too.
Very, very
so weird.
Interesting play. There must have been something the IGL calmed, maybe something that we're missing right now in order for them to go for something like that. But right now, F5 are in a pretty tough situation. Not a lot of health against a Goyo and Nitro cells. And you're kind of stuck, looking for a pick, looking for something on the hatches maybe to try to maybe open things up. But honestly, at this point in the round on a bank basement defense, it's not looking too winnable for them.
Yeah, very low HP, and those Goyo canisters are just going to do whatever they please for the rest of this round, which is probably even find some kills if they drop in the wrong spots. Bubbler at least going to entertain the possibility of a vault drop, as there's an elevators drop for Checky, but not likely to find too much out of this situation. 15 to go, he'll probably get hurt. Drop straight into the barbed wire is rough.
The barbed wire doing damage, I honestly kind of forgot it did for a second, but yeah, Bubbler getting downed by the barbed wire is a very interesting interesting new interaction that I don't think many people have seen yet.
No, the barb kill is something, I don't even know if it has its own icon or what, but either way, still Karn & Co. first round, and F5 just, it felt like this is something they can struggle with. I've been watching them on my stream personally a lot this weekend because we hopped onto their bracket pretty early and they kept winning and making it through that upper bracket, so I kept ending up having to watch them. And so developments are that Stealth doesn't play well on these streams, but in the Element 5 qualifier streams, he was playing really well. Seems like the impact is back after that a little bit of a confusing play to try and get a pick back on Marble Stairs. But hoping for him, he'll come back online soon. But either way, one thing I did notice that was more pertinent to that last round is that the moment they start to hit an obstacle, they can slow down a little bit. They're not bringing a ton of util to try and clear that first obstacle. And so if the teams are very comfortable just sitting back and letting F5 waste their own time, sitting close to each other to make sure they're not alone, make sure they can guarantee those trades, F5 have a tough time attacking. That's something that Reno Skyline were doing just yesterday. Playing very close to each other, keeping it very close to the chest, and as a result, F5 didn't look that great on the attack, in spite of the fact that F5 went on to win that series. So, still gonna look for F5 to try and find a way in early, because Karn & Co., they are definitely, at least if Karn's previous teams are any indication, the kind of team that's just gonna chill and try and play their game. But again, an early opening pick. It's Stealth this time, taking down Foresight.
Yeah, Stealth getting taken down on the Maestro is a bit rough because that is a lot of your plant denial right there. Well, I guess you have a lot of plant denial with the Nitro Cells and the Echo Drones, but that is some of your plant denial, some of the util that you would normally be wanting to burn is now maybe a little bit easier to get by. Playing on these Bubbler playing on these windows, looking for a pick, maybe trying to find something, but that does lose a lot of the sight that, you know, Karn & Co. would like to play on. What a nice little...
Stock Shield getting pressured out.
Yeah, nice little pressure. You got the a nice little coordination there, allowing the Flores drone to take that shield
he's all right.
Clean and free.
Guy is right on top of the hatch here. Ooh. Oh, Carnage was on top of the hatch for a second. 2 kills now for F5 as Stealth and Z-Man start to take over, and this buck downstairs is a signature of the F5 attacks on bank. Not everybody does it, but F5 do it pretty much every single time. Keep a barrier to shut down the angles from downstairs, but in a 5-on-2, I mean, F5 have thrown some of these kinds of rounds before, but it feels like the 3-man advantage a little bit too large to give up, but instead Karn back for 2, Slash lowered on HP as well, so they've got to try and hold things because it's not really developing in a way that works out well for them. The pressure from downstairs to maybe deal with Carnage B inside of Janitor, and Checky is going to check him 1 versus 3 now for Bray in his first game in a real T3 league. Let's see if he can prove himself.
Yeah, Bray in this T3 league, 1v3 like you were saying, playing it very slowly, playing it trying to just find anything. One little foothold is all a player like Bray will need in order to fully turn this round back on its head. But again, with that 1v3, you have full util from the Cappy. You have still fire bolts from the Cappy, and there it is. Checky's gonna just come around the back and make sure to finish that off with the buck shotgun holes in the wall.
Yeah, clean lurk there from Checky. Great round from Checky as well to put so much pressure on him from downstairs. I can't remember if he got too many kills that round, but at the very least, the pressure that he was putting on that site itself really, really did a great job to dismantle that defense, force people into awkward spots, and then from there, it was just as easy as 1, 2, 3, getting those kills for F5. And F5, I mean, the kind of team that's been together as a full 5. We talk about how long this Karn & Co. roster has been together. Realistically, it's been Karn. It hasn't been much of the rest of the team. I think the longest tenured member on the team, other than Karn himself, is Foresight, and they've been together for a few months. F5, as a roster, managed to be together for so long, at least most of the core of it, that they have a Liquipedia page in spite of never making a C-tier event. That is not easy. Like, that is really hard to do. Just only D tiers and qualifier results, and also the Denver LAN helped. That's technically a C tier, but it wasn't like a fully open qual C tier. Instead, it was mostly because a large prize pool. But either way, it just goes to show how long this F5 team's been together. So they have a solid process. They know what they want to do step by step, and that was very clear there. You saw the Buck go downstairs, put a Claymore under the stock hatch, start pressuring out from below. Everyone's posted up on the right angles, and Karn played right into their hands. So I think Karn maybe going to need to do something a little out of the ordinary, try and catch this F5 team off, because this process, this roster knows what the goal is, and the process is very much there.
Yeah, the process is what is going to get them far. Right now, the Fenrir, we're going to see how they process taking this Fenrir out of stock. Right here. Wow, wait. Claymore kill? On Deity?
Yeah, that was below, I think.
That's...
Checky placed his Claymores below. That's the stock hatch Claymore.
Wow, that is incredibly fast. That Checky got in, blew that hatch immediately. I guess they had a lot of intel, and I guess they also just had a plan for that. Speaking of what we're seeing, though, this is going to be a very difficult defense for Karn & Co. again, just because you have 4v5, you have the Buck below, you have things like the Sens and the Blackbeard you have to deal with, and, the way that they're going to have to figure out the problem solve this round is going to be a bit less traditional than they might want to.
Good angles in for Slash. It's Bubbler to get the next one onto Bray. Karn & Co. starting to fall apart again on the site, and really not much it feels like they can do out of the ordinary. Again, there's the Buck, not getting the kill, but forcing someone straight into Bubbler's line of sight. That's the second kill he's gotten this round. Echo Maestro combination's good for stopping a plant, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough to stop a plant for a minute and a half. And it won't even stop the first attempt. Maestro and Lobby could maybe dust one or two people off the rappel, but even if, it's just not going to be a retake that happens. Slash sat in the middle of the site, waiting for someone to walk at him. That shield going to be so tough to clear, and that's only the first hurdle that Karn & Co. are going to have to clear in this retake. Foresight attempting to walk his way up. Ooh. Does catch Stealth on the windows. He's got 3. And now Foresight could know that one's inside square. It's Checky down below in Archives as well, but you could definitely angle this, so it's awkward to deal with from the vert. But Z-Man from square will deal with Foresight and then trade out with Vic Bands. Checky left alone, but his team wins the round, so I'm sure he's fine with that.
Honestly, I really like how F5 kind of adapted to that round. They went from kind of going from a 5v2 to a 3v2 last round to changing gears and understanding, wait, if we just play this really slowly, play this, force the Buck to force them out of angles, let our players on the windows, let our players on those cut angles, just get those free picks, and they were able to pretty convincingly get the plant down. And even post-plant, they were in, even though they were losing numbers, they were in such a good position to kind of win the round no matter what. You have the Buck below playing the diffuser, and you also just have, like, the amount of utility they had to clear, like the Blackbeard shield, the players on the windows. There was some nice gunfight wins from Karn & Co. But again, not enough when you have such a solid postie like what F5 had there.
For sure, and now F5, 2-1 lead after 3 attacking rounds. I mean, leads on attack in general are not the easiest to come by, especially against a team like Karn & Co. So, take what you can get. Unfortunately, not going to be an easy round to come by into this one, as last time through with the basement, Karn & Co. won, and I think only lost 1 body all round. So, F5 going to need to try and step up a little bit more than they had last time through on the basement. Team that's been stepping up a lot more than maybe some would have expected recently, and I think already off to a good enough start here to make it look like we've got a game on our hands when maybe we weren't expecting to have this much of a game in the first place. F5 looking as comfortable as ever on bank, but like I was saying, didn't look so comfortable through that last time on the basement, so they'll have to figure it out this time around.
Yeah, they'll have
already not too much of a roam again.
Yeah, no, they'll have to make sure to save their util and really drone out those people in those tough positions. Like Bray, you have these people playing in very odd positions, and it's the same basement defense, it looks like, but you still got to clear them. You still got to go through step 1, step 2, step 3, taking your space, taking those angles that are maybe uncomfortable to take, but are necessary in order to step by step clear the round out, make sure your players are alive. And right here we see again, Stealth playing on this elevator. Are we going to see the same jiggle peaks coming out from both sides, just trying to maybe clear Deity out of that elevator hatch?
Yeah, doesn't have the nades, but Bray has a kill. Bray, actually, Foresight walking up the staircase gets another one. I think Bray got the kill up the hatch or something. Either that or he got back to the site immediately. Either way, it's 2 kills in a row. And though Bray and Foresight both left pretty low on HP, F5 left really low on the man count and still paranoid that these positions aren't fully clear. Stealth needs a shield to come through and help him in clearing the elevators, even though nobody's been there for like 15 seconds. And now it seems these basement attacks are habitually going wrong. It wasn't just a first round issue. They've got the plan on the second floor. They are on tech there, but when they go down to the basement, it seems like it's just a totally different story.
Yeah, no, those uncommon positions that Deity and Bray are playing in, the aggression that they're also playing with, it's almost unbridled what they're doing. Being able to play alone and play aggressive like that, it seems like F5 doesn't quite know how to deal with that yet. Right here, we're trying to get those Goyo canisters off. We're trying to make sure the site is fully clear for a default plant, but a default plant's going to be really hard to dance with as you normally would with the smoke, the Goyo, the 2 C4s on the board, the Fenrir, being able to, the Warden being able to see through smokes. That's going to be an incredibly difficult position, especially in a 3v5.
Well, how about a 2v5? How about a 1v5? Don't think it's going to get much easier. Bubbler stuck behind a gas canister. He's got red pings on one guy. Actually, a couple people stuck inside the Grimbees. Info's going to help him find the first on the Vic Bands. Wasn't the prettiest spray in the world. But as soon as he drops the hatch, he's stuck on a crossfire. And Bray's going to take that kill. Looking comfortable on the defense on the basement are Karn and Co. for the second time. But now, the problem happens when they need to go to any other site.
Yeah, F5 has been so methodical about the upstairs sites. I'm excited to see an open area hold from Karn & Co. because they went upstairs twice, and both times maybe came down to the wire, but F5 was taking those rounds fairly convincingly, taking the space fairly convincingly, and it just came down to F5 having enough bodies to afford to lose 1 or 2 gunfights. Karn & Co. now, they have to, I would like to see them stall upstairs maybe and try to play a little more aggressive than what they were doing when they were in the upstairs sites, the CEO sites, right?
Mm-hmm. So, obviously not going to go back to that top floor because that did not look good either time for Karn & Co. I think maybe one time they got 2 kills, and I don't even think they got that much the other time through. So, a couple rough goes at that second floor. Maybe open area will be a little bit nicer. They're going to rock Foresight onto the Echo. And other than that, not an awful lot to really play. Actually, no, they do have Deity as well on the smoke, so a little bit to play for some of this late round. But between the Mozzie for Bray, a Valkyrie, maybe also to try and get some info and enable some of those early gunfights. That's Vic Bands, those console players that you were talking about, known for their time on Xbox, making their way onto some of those fragging roles, and it seems like Karn really wants them to get going in the fragging department, try and get something done earlier in the round to really disrupt. Because from what we saw when they were attacking the second floor, when F5 gets the setup that they want, they're a hard team to slow down.
Yeah, when F5 do manage to get that setup, like you are saying, it's very difficult to stop them. But right here, is this a rush? Are they going in fast?
It looks like it.
Oh no, Bubbler loses the fight
over
to Karn, and now this is going to be a rough fight to take. The C4 going to take another one. Karn going crazy. That's going to be 3 kills for Karn playing in this open area position. Karn looking for a 4th. Maybe looking to get a little extra aggressive on the player top square, but unfortunately for him... Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, they stole his ace!
Karn and Bray... Mainly Karn, actually. Karn going insane that round.
Yeah. No, I think Bray got the finish onto the 4th kill for Karn, and then Bray looks up the staircase to get the last.
And we gotta kill this Bray guy. That's messed up. We gotta get this guy out of here, man. Kick him off the team.
He's been here for 5 rounds, and they already want him dropped because he took the King's ace one time, dropped immediately. The 5-round trial, we've seen enough, but it's not always that you see Karn step up, but normally people say when Karn is fragging on this team, it's a sign that something goes wrong. I think in that case, it's just a sign that you got rushed. Karn's going to be the anchor on this side. He's going to be the one trying to hold it down back home, so everybody else can frag as they want or enable it. And it clearly shows that Karn, in spite of getting flack sometimes for not being a gunner, when he is needed, will hold it down on the site for sure. I mean, he just killed 4 people trying to rush straight at him. Their first objective was to kill him and only to kill him before they could do really anything else on the site. And he killed all of them as they tried to just dispatch of him at first. And Bray comes through to help out too. Love to see Karn stepping it up because, me personally, I'm from the camp that if Karn is shooting well, this team feels like it can really go on a run. Like that top 3 TPL finale run they went on. Something like that could be, maybe on the cards if Karn can really get the gun going.
Yeah, traditionally, when Karn does get that gun going, something may be going wrong, but Karn really gets going. I would really like to see this round what adaptations they might make. Honestly, if I were in Karn & Co.'s position, I would play the bottom floor heavier. I would try to play that aggressively because, again, last round wasn't necessarily the aggression win, but the rounds previously that they have won on defense have all been off of the coattails of your fraggers getting insane kills, right? Your fraggers getting an early round kill and stalling out what F5 want to do. I like this top floor hold though. I like how they're wasting util. I like what they're doing in the almost just trying to hold that elevator position instead of holding downstairs, because you have that hard floor there. It's going to be hard for what F5 would want to do normally with their vert.
Oh my gosh. Ray's just down here. He's into tellers, back out behind the desk. You got a kill already. Bubbler really low on HP, and now the Monty a little bit scared of it. I'll tell you what, F5 have gone for a totally different take. After the first take worked really well 2 times in a row, it feels like Karn were specifically ready for this kind of a play. They've got Bray really well set up to try and deal with something like this, but on the other kind of take, if they went square side over, maybe he'd be able to fight some of those players downstairs, but either way, still feels like this was kind of the take that Karn & Co. wanted to see out of F5, but at least Bubbler will trade back onto Foresight in a little bit, meaning a minute left, and Karn & Co. have got to get Bray back to the site so they can hold out against the take. Player isolated in elevators could easily be dealt with by this nade, though, but the Wamai Magnets are going to make that tough, and Deity taking down an attacker is going to make it even harder for F5.
Yeah, F5 is in a very, very rough position. That Monty getting taken out at the top of those red stairs is not what you want to see, especially when you have man down on a 35-ish seconds left on the round. I really am scared for what F5 needs to try to do, especially when Vic Bands just absolutely smokes Bubbler right there. You have that 1v4 and Vic Bands just looking to get active, looking to get that final kill to send off that defensive half 4-2.
It was a 2-1 lead for F5. And then Karn & Co. back to the basement. It looks good. Open area first time looks good. And then they've got so much momentum going their way. And also, a questionable change-up in terms of the attack from F5. I know you don't really feel like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, God knows what's going to happen. And so running the same attack the 3rd time maybe didn't feel like the best idea. But clearly, Karn & Co., the adaptations they made to try and deal with that underneath presence from Checky the first 2 times they dealt with that 2nd floor attack. Clearly, those adaptations also worked to shut down a lobby take. And Bray stepping up big time. A lot of question marks about Bray joining this team in terms of, has he proven himself in a PC level to be worth adding to a team, even just, as a substitute for the night that has already been invited to Element 5? Is he worth that? Is he that good yet? And I think, obviously F5 not having qualified to T2 yet, they still have a chance next weekend. They got very close this week. But still, Bray has been playing pretty solid. Best KD on the team so far at 6-2. So I like to see that as a start, but now F5 will get nice and cozy on the defensive side as they, get to take over and run their game now.
One thing I really like from the side of Karn & Co. is that they're allowing Bray to kind of play free, play loose, right? Normally, I feel like a lot of teams, when they have a sub, they try to fit them into the system and they try to kind of play the same system that they had, and it doesn't end up working out because that player isn't aware of the system, and you're used to those players doing certain things in certain orders and having certain tendencies, right? But allowing Bray on that kind of free reign, like let him off the leash, let him kind of do what feels comfortable to him, and you're noticing the rounds where they're letting that happen are the rounds where Karn & Co. is just absolutely destroying. F5 making my apologies, Karn & Co. making a very slow and methodical entry into the building. It looks like they're making sure to clear every corner, checking their I's, dotting their I's, checking, crossing their T's. And right here, I'm excited to see what Z-Man might be able to cook up on this top floor.
Gotta work on the wordplay.
Yes.
Make sure you got the statement down if you're gonna say it on a broadcast. Do you though? Doesn't need to work on the shots against Z-Man. Here goes the Scopos to try and trade him out, and in spite of the Doke call, which makes it pretty much impossible to see anything on the Dokkaebi, or at least not normally, the Scopos still ends up getting a kill, and then quickly ducks back down to the basement to get back to full HP, get back to the site with his teammates. Still Bubbler up top in open area, but a man advantage now for Karn & Co. Post second floor roam clear. Depending on how much more Bubbler can do, this could be a decent situation for F5. They just need to continue to contest Karn & Co., just waste a little bit more time, maybe get a couple more drones off of the board, and then from that point on, maybe you think the site hold can do enough, but now that the first floor has kind of been vacated for F5 Esports, it feels like a pretty good standing in the round for Karn & Co. Still a minute 20 to work with. This lurk up top into Electrical, though, for Slash, who's only just found his first kill of the map here this round. Could easily find him much more.
I really like the position Slash is playing in. This is an interesting gunfight. Unfortunately, it looks like they knew he was there. Karn picking up the kill on Slash. And this is honestly, this position could be a lot worse for F5. You still have your Tachanka up. You still, for time delay, you still have the Azami up in order to create cover for your team. And honestly, with 40 seconds left on the board and Karn & Co. still having to drone everything out, still having to double check the site, this could be a lot worse of a position for F5 to be in. Looks like we're going to start seeing the entry from Vic Bands, the elevator drop here, applying some of that cross pressure when most of the team is on the other side of the map.
Checky down.
Going for the plant. Checky down, and that's going to be the round. Very, very methodical post. Very, very methodical execute from Karn & Co. there.
Yeah, they take their time. They don't overstep until they know they've got an opportunity. And I mean, hey, when you're opening up the hatches, you got a man advantage with a minute 20. When you get a 2-man advantage with a minute left, it's really just the Tachanka to deal with. Like, you'd love to think that Tachanka can just sit in the back and launch a bunch of Shamikas into CCTV to make it really hard to plant. You're just going to get swarmed if he tries to do that, and Karn & Co. could easily have just called for that instead. So Checky recognizes he does need to make a play. They catch him out while he does that, and it's not going to work out that round for F5. So it was looking like a good start to the map for them at a 2-1 scoreline. Has quickly turned into a really rough start, snowballed into a 4-round streak for Karn & Co. and a 5-2 lead on no less F5's map pick. So big cause for concern. We were talking coming into it about how they've lost 2 BO3s in a row across yesterday and today, and being fresh off of your worst game of the whole Element 5 qualifier is maybe going to mess with the mental a little bit, but even still, it does seem to be snowballing a bit for F5.
One thing I think F5 might have trouble with, and obviously this is from the one game I've watched of them, but it looks like their mental may not be the strongest, because if you're noticing, there's more and more mistakes being made each round that they're losing in a row, and it almost seems like there's a frustration that this is our map pick. Why are we getting what feels to be swept on this, right? Now, I would like to see them stay calm. I'd like to see them stay collected, because I'm sure when they are playing at their peak. And like we saw in those first 3 rounds, when they're playing well, they're playing together, they're playing incredibly well. And I do like the switch of the sites here. Checky with a cheeky little pick, getting I forgot his name. Oh no.
Yeah, it's Foresight.
Getting the Sensdet. Foresight, thank you. Getting Foresight off the windows up there. And this could be what F5 need to start taking the match back into their hands.
I wonder if he wants to be called Hani, because he's had that username for like months, so no idea.
It could be a situation like with Smash players where they put their girlfriends' names as their tags, you know? Like, maybe he loves Hani so much, maybe he's just like, that's gotta be my tag.
That'd be sweet. That'd be nice. How romantic. I'm playing a Tier 3 competitive Rainbow Six Siege League. Huh?
Hani's a K-pop star, so
I actually
I
did
don't know
not
how
know
romantic that one is.
Hey, you don't know. Maybe Foresight. You saw the pre-show photo of Foresight. He's a good-looking guy. He can get a K-pop star if he wants to. Oh, another kill for
100%.
Z-Man. Ray gone. Slash gets another one. Oh, it's a stomp. Deity, the only one left. At least make it not flawless, but F5 are back on the board in a big way. The moment we started to doubt whether or not they were going to get on the board after those first few rounds, nearly flawless from F5 Esports. The attempted sort of double shield play towards Stock and Square gets absolutely nowhere.
No, I really liked that round. I liked the aggression that they allowed some of their players to play with. I liked the kind of cheeky little positions that they were playing. And honestly, that looks a lot more like what I would expect a team like F5 to play like, instead of the kind of last round almost reserved, almost isolated way they were playing. They weren't really playing together like a team. They were almost playing as if they were 5 individuals that happened to be on the same map.
Yeah. And I think that's a good way to put it. I think this team at its best plays together. They play really well structured. They play like they have a central idea and that they are actively calming it through. But at their worst, like you said, they can tend to fall back on their individual skill just a little bit. And while they are skilled players, a team like Karn & Co. isn't letting that slip by. Not a chance. So, for Karn & Co., the question now becomes, can you make it happen again? Was the basement site just a fluke? And F5 obviously still looking to hold on. Very different approach to this top floor bomb site, or this middle floor bomb site, excuse me, than what Karn & Co. were bringing out. And by the looks of the attacking lineup for Karn & Co., they are not going to be going with that same F5 approach of rushing straight into the shotgun and SMG combo of Carnage B himself.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a lot more methodical about this, a lot less send the glass in and pray. The upstairs hold, though, this is a very intricate hold by F5 here. They have a lot of holes made. They have a lot of players playing different positions and almost a lot of different layers, even though it kind of seems like you could see all those layers from that top square position. I like how you have the player in Janitor. I like how you have the player in E3. I like how you have the player in Stock. All of them playing together, but that does have the question of, do they have the proper vert hole set up? And does that mean that Karn & Co. could just kind of... Ooh, no. Bubbler getting taken out. This could mean disaster for that top floor hold.
Watch out, though. Still a play from the side. Stealth not quite on the mark. He's had a rough go of BGS. Over the weekend, through Element 5 qualifiers, we've seen some inspirational games from him. But BGS has not, or Blitz, I guess, is what they want me to call it now. They can't silence me, but I guess I'll give in. Has not been for him. On the season so far, he is minus 29 on streamed qualifier matches, not including today's, but rather before today's. He was plus 26, not including the first one where he went 1-11. Including that one, he was still plus 16. So, he had a good E5 quals run. Not so much the best run through Blitz, and starting this round off, a little bit of a whiff. Could have traded his team out. Instead, there's a little bit of a trade, and Bubbler actually got picked back up. So it's Slash and Deity both dead with 50 seconds to try and work into the open area for Karn & Co. Overall, not a lot of time to work this control with. Stealth nearly dying, though. Could have just made it all the better for Karn & Co. Fortunately, he holds on to his life.
Yeah, no, Karn & Co. have so much to work with right now as well. They still have a track stinger. They still have smokes, EMPs. They have a call from Vic Bands, and Vic Bands, with absolutely no fear, is going to pull into tellers. Bray getting that pick onto the guy playing in Cafeteria. Z-Man, unfortunately, will get punished for playing in that position. Right here, we see Honey, as I will refer to him, getting killed by a Checky on the prone. This could be a refrag, but not quite. Oh, no! Big Band's whipping on the player Karn going in. Checky getting another pick, and Checky will win this round out for F5, proned on the hatch in open area. What a round.
This F5 team has had some of the funniest rounds I've ever seen. I mean,
You have the round with Demon Pig last night.
Dude, shout out Demon Pig, bro. The greatest player of all time. Unfortunately, they wanted this to be a fair match today, so they didn't have Demon Pig play, but wow, that was so... How is Maestro able to do that much? How is Checky allowed to do that much? That's an awkward fight for Vic Bands, and then the next guy through the double doors doesn't get the kill, and then the next guy who jumps where Vic Bands jumps got killed from behind by stealth.
Honestly,
I mean, yeah.
Maybe the Maestro there. Maybe that's a power position. Maybe Karn & Co. should have thought about banning the Maestro before letting something like that through again. Because what an insane round from Checky there.
Did Vic try to knife him at the end?
I have no idea.
I love how a second guy tried to jump over the desk right into the Maestro. Like that was,
Hey man,
like
you gotta
someone
kill him.
else.
If you throw enough bodies at him, I know he has 150 bullets, but if you throw enough bodies, maybe, just maybe one of them will be able to finish him off.
Yeah, if he needs to shoot like 30 bullets at the first 3 guys, surely the 4th guy will only have to deal with like maybe 10 bullets. But I don't know how that math works out, but Slash got the last kill, or Stealth got the last kill anyway, so it didn't matter. F5 now back down to the basement objective, which
Honestly,
didn't go so well the first time, but they seem like they're frying now. They're on a better spot than they were mentally a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, honestly, those last 2 rounds have been instrumental to what I would call the confidence of F5. I don't know how they're feeling in a voice call, but if I won 2 rounds like those rounds, I'd be on a high. I'd be feeling great, and I'd be fragging much better. I'd be working with my team much better than maybe before then, when you're kind of struggling to put pieces together. You're struggling to play together like a team. Right now, this is the F5 that I expected to see today. This is the F5 that almost made it to E5, right? This is the F5 that we know and love.
Yeah, a lot of people...
Unfortunately, struggling to get through there.
Yeah, it's tough. I was going to say, a lot of people have gotten to know and love this F5 team over the last weekend or so. Because like I said, they've had some hilarious moments. But, yeah, Bragi struggles to get through. Oh, Deity, a little awkward. The point of view down the staircase doesn't let him get it. Slash chucks a Zoto canister up the hatch, but a little bit too late, so it gets opened up right above him. This is still a basement defense, and they're this heavily forcing Karn to fight for that middle floor. Not a bad start if F5 don't lose the man advantage too bad.
No, I like this. What I don't like on the side of F5, however, is it almost looks like that vault side is completely free to take. I'm not 100% sure what it looks like down there, but if Karn & Co. can sit down for a second and realize, wait a minute, we might be able to go through here, that might cause a bit of a situation for F5 in holding the site. I like the Clash playing downstairs now.
Yeah, she was getting her feet lit up. But
yeah,
they all give up that first floor.
Yeah, you do have the 1 Zoto canister left for time stall that is going to take the time
3 gas cans too
to about 50 seconds, which with those gas canisters, with the Goyos up, will be a very, very difficult situation to be in. You also have the 1C4 on the side of Slash.
I was gonna say, the Zotos, or the Goyo cans, are the biggest thing here. I didn't even realize because the Goyo himself is dead, but I don't know how many of those are left. But depending on how many of those are still up, there's at least one, because it's in the way of Carnage right now. And that long angle's gonna get a kill for Slash. This is quickly turning really rough for Karn & Co. They're just gonna have to drop straight into the line of sight. Extinguisher to try and open up an opportunity for Vic Bands, but those fade fast. And so if they're not able to get this plant down immediately, it's bad news. And Foresight wasn't able to do just that. Bray, last alive, does I think manage 1 kill, but he's stuck in the middle of everyone. And a pistol out for Slash. In all the chaos, F5 navigate their way to a 5-5 scoreline.
Honestly, F5 look like a completely different team. They look so much more in their element. They look so much stronger than they did, I mean, even a few rounds back. I'm really liking the adaptations from them, and I want to see what Karn & Co. can do to flip the adaptations that F5 have already made, right? I want to see Karn & Co. finding those gaps, finding those different ways to play the game so that F5 maybe have to go on the back foot, maybe have to play more on their toes again. What I do like here, though, is I do like the fact for F5 that the Clash is up. That's going to be a very, very difficult tool for Karn & Co. to get rid of. Even though you may have a great counter like Capitao, you may have nades on the side of the Deimos, you may have nades on the side of the Blackbeard, that's still a lot of util and a lot of time that may be wasted on one single player on one single position, right? You have the Clash playing, especially if you're playing in this slant kind of vending machine area, may force them to... Yeah, it may force them to take from the backside, may force them to have to do something that they don't want to do.
Yeah, taking that backside without a Montaigne can be really tough too. So if you do force them into that backside take, I would say that is a best case scenario for F5 with the Clash. And I'm assuming the Capitao also has the Gone 6, because last I checked he can still bring it, and Gone 6 definitely the best Clash counter that isn't just Zofia. Because you don't have time to trick it. For those of you who don't know, you can pick the Clash shield back up before something blows up, and if you catch it at the right time, which is not that hard to do, it's not going to get exploded. Ash breaching charges are the prime example of that, because they take so long to detonate that the Clash trick is pretty much free. So nades are going to be solid. She should be able to pick the shield back up. Doesn't actually take any damage either, because the nade was poorly thrown by Deity. So this Clash will remain holding in this position, and with the assistance from Janitor Closet from Slash, who could maybe watch some of that stock jump in, along with the Clash herself, this is really going to slow down this attack from Karn & Co.
Now, one thing to keep in mind about the Clash is if they do rotate that Capitao around to the Clash, not only do they have that Gone, but they also have the ability to use those asphyxiation bolts in order to stop the Clash from tricking, stop the Clash from moving. But Bray gets a pick on one of the flankers right here, which is a huge pick on the side of Bray. Karn getting another pick as well. It almost looks like all that time that had been wasted, F5 may need to make something happen here.
And they can't. Or they can, actually, excuse me. No, they can't, excuse me. Karn & Co. won. What am I thinking? They can't make anything happen. It's a flawless round. They literally made nothing happen, F5. They're just all dead. Flawless for Karn. And out of a position where it felt like Karn were in such a solid, or in such a rocky spot, because, you know, that Clash is still sitting there. The site is holed up. It's kind of just F5 all dying on the hill of, you know, forcing Karn to try and clear that first hurdle, and they're all dying trying to make that first hurdle like as tall as you can, in a way. Like, they're meeting Karn at the rim, they're not letting them get any space, but Karn were sat in really solid positions to deal with that, so it just felt like people on cutoff angles and window repels, just one by one, farming some of these F5 members, trying to help their Clash, trying to help those people towards stock, who are having a hard time holding the defense off, because maybe they felt like they couldn't give up all that control towards stock and square, so they really felt like they needed to fight to the death for it, but Karn were so ready for them to do that. F5 at least coordinate things relatively well to try and, you know, all at once make a play. It just seemed like literally every single play was snuffed out by Karn before it could even start, which is why I felt like, you know, F5, well, they're all trying to make plays at the same exact time, which is why they're all kind of dying within 5-10 seconds of each other, and how fast that round ended up going.
One thing I want to talk about as well with this upstairs hold is if you brought a set of EMPs and the ace, which neither are banned, or excuse me, the ace got banned on the last ban phase. Excuse me for that. But what I was going to say is if the ace was still available, maybe rotating it to a lobby side take. But unfortunately, with that ace being banned and with those normal angles that you would like to play on the K9 Valk, not being able to play those angles does make these upstairs hold a lot harder, especially when you have things like the castle up, the Wamaya. Those operators change how you have to use your utility and allow for so many more safe positions. I really like how Karn is taking it slow, though. Karn and Co are really taking it slow.
Oh, yeah.
They've been very methodical, and it's worked out for them a lot, especially when F5 get a little overconfident and start to overpeak.
I thought somebody was walking through square. Never mind. I thought that the guy behind the square shield was about to get caught from square. Instead, the first person to get caught is Carnage B himself, going down early. On the Capital, no less. Checky will also die, but you lose all that live util of the Capital. The bolts, both fire and smoke, really, I don't think used at all this round. Checky maybe had, like, an impact nade still in pocket or something, but really not going to matter. Because, well, not nearly as important of a live utility as the cap bolts themselves. And now Slash alive without the Capital to eat up more of those magnets. It's going to be really tough for him to do something, but this player downstairs has been spotted out, and Vic Banzy's so ready for that fight on a stealth, so they'll take the man advantage back, and they will do it in spades. Deity with a 3rd kill in a row for his team, his own 2nd. And Foresight getting the plant down. Somehow Bubbler wins that fight in spite of the flashbang fading, but it's Deity to close the round and the map just like that. 5-2 lead for Karn & Co. After 4 rounds of their own in a row. They got stuck on 5 for a bit, but 2 rounds of their own very quickly will end this map of Bank. F5's map pick falls by the wayside, and they'll need to get a win on a Clubhouse in Karn's territory.
It's unfortunate. They have been losing Bank a lot, but I do appreciate and I do recognize the confidence to be able to go back to the map, go back to the well, and be like, all right, these games we lost, but this is our map. We're confident on this map. Unfortunately for them, a team like Karn & Co are very fluid. Having a cycling roster like that means you just have to play fluid. You have to play with each other very well. And a team like that, when you make those small mistakes that F5 was making, right? Playing individually for a few rounds, losing man count just a few too many times, Karn & Co is going to take advantage of those mistakes, and they are going to absolutely run with them.
Yeah, and in spite of the few rounds where it felt like Karn were making a lot of mistakes and providing ways into F5, it did feel like Karn were very under control, even on the attacking side. Great information like we saw in that last round. Just generally a solid attacking half. Overall, they looked really good that whole time through. And, like I said, in spite of a couple of missteps on Bank, they got to that 5-2 lead. They started up, and then, they lost a couple rounds in a row. They started off a little bit slow with F5 at the advantage. A solid map for Karn & Co. after their first map of this stage, that best of 1 earlier on. Didn't quite go their way. Let's see after this break, though, if F5 have what it takes to come back on Clubhouse, or will Karn & Co. shut this thing out in 2 maps, nice and quick.
Just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's now 3v3 Deity drop. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain! It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Coverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheeseboss dies cross mount. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. So Robert's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top row, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but man, just to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. It's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can. that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to his D4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kieran up. And now, any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult.
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry.
Yep.
The last round, a huge Nitro Cell.
Turbo.
But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Dexy falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Emperor, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. Can't even leave this prison Valent. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
The clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's going to be Jetpack going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one, he finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
Smoke kills Spins. They has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can fly over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Control, so walk up behind any of them. Getting up the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now, his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Deity and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Deity as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Window in no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Jox on the Ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The outshot immediately.
Cass was pushing off the solar, but in doing that,
Taking a little bit of damage, taking that early advantage. And what the? Okay.
What a flick. My god. And still more
Wow.
cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. Second level clock though. So left limping, he might fall right here. A triple for the Lion. Now only stealth remaining. That's a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed key up from Oishi. Might reveal his position, but the flake on the flicker finally. Only one spot where he could realistically beat. And the frost map.
Oh,
The
no.
line strikes from the grave. My god.
Welcome back. I'm very excited. We had not quite a barn burner, but we had a great map 1, 7-5 on Bank for going the way of Karn & Co. But honestly, with how F5 were adapting, with how they were trying to change what they were doing, the map started feeling really, really competitive and really fun to watch by the end of that map.
Yeah, I think in the middle there for a bit when it felt like F5 were going on a run, only for Karn to immediately respond. And, I mean, Karn initially going on a run that F5 had to respond to in the first place. It felt like a streaky map for both teams, in that started with a Karn win, 2 rounds for F5, 4 rounds for Karn & Co., 3 rounds for F5, 2 for Karn & Co. Just constant one team controlling the pace of the game until the other one steps up, and then the other one has to try and find their own way to respond, because now the other side really controls it. It's not a back and forth affair in terms of round by round, but it's back and forth in terms of who can generally adapt to the other team's playstyle in a bigger way, in a macro sense, so to say. And by the end, Karn just had a leg up. Helped that they had so many early advantages after that early defense side start, but now they'll have the advantage of going into their own map selection of Clubhouse. It's Karn & Co. picking into this map. F5 are naturally going to start on that defensive side, and so it's going to get a little awkward here for F5 if you don't get more than, I want to say at least, you need minimum 4 rounds. If you end up 3-3, it feels like it's just not enough to stop Karn.
That will be incredibly rough, especially with that ban system, you can really ban for a certain site on this map. Like, you can ban the ram and the sledge if you want to go below and just play really hard for that, or you can just ban hard breachers and try to play above. That attack side on this map is incredibly difficult, especially when those bans are targeted to tailor to what you want to do. I really like the Cade ban coming out from Karn & Co, because with that Cade, it almost makes it impossible to attack certain sites. In the basement, it's very, very difficult to get those Cade claws off the wall. Similarly, on the upstairs floors, they can hide those Cade claws and make them difficult to find with those impact EMPs, with those Twitch drones, with those Brava drones like you would normally look for. I also really enjoy the Bandit ban. Just making sure those walls are going to be a little easier to open up. You could still run the Tubby, you can still run something like the Tubby, like the Mute, in order to keep those walls closed, but they will still be able to get opened much faster than if you were using a Bandit Arcade.
Yeah, that Bandit Cade ban, that dual Bandit Cade ban specifically, it's something that we see a lot with the new ban system, the ability to ban two of the same side operators when you're attacking the opposite side into them. Naturally, that's going to lend itself to banning the two operators that can completely eliminate stuff from walls, not just like mute and Tuberal, but outright get rid of it. And so, given all the breaching that happens on this map, what with attacking the basement into the Kaid claws and either second floor site with all of those walls you need to breach, makes sense that Karn & Co are going to want to get rid of the breachers, and F5 are going to want to get rid of the things that prevent them from doing that. This does kind of lean F5's way, though, because there are any number of breachings that you can have with the help of those can openers, on top of still having the Habana and even maybe the Maverick, if you choose to use that, on the board. Meanwhile, for Karn & Co, you're pretty much going to have nothing that can outright deny those walls, other than maybe mute jammers, but those are relatively easy to counter and can't actually get rid of anything. So I'd say look out for some impact tricks from Checky, as he's still holed up in the site with impact nades, but other than that, it's going to be really hard for F5 to outright deny anything from getting opened up.
I like what they have going on with Slash up here as well. It's almost reminiscent of kind of an SSG roam. It's not quite what a traditional one would look like, especially because you have the Scopos to run back to site without having to actually run, and having that mute up there to stop those drones, that's the more traditional element of it. But they've already forced a minute off of Karn & Co, and especially with the destructible elements, with those gas canisters, with those smokes, it can make it really, really difficult if you don't leave yourself enough time to go down all the way.
Yeah, and I don't think they're leaving themselves with that amount of time, because look at the clock, and it's only the second floor getting challenged now. One thing that I know historically Karn teams typically had trouble with was making a lot of progress fast, and right now they have not made a ton of progress. I'm guessing the Scopos is just going to drop back all the way down to the basement, switching shells, and his Bubbler gets a C4 kill. The fadeaway is called for. There's at least a kill in it for Foresight. But Carnage B down on that Blitz, trading that for the impact of Slash no longer being felt. But most importantly, you're trading that for almost 2 full minutes of the round being gone. Now you've got to try and breach open some of those hatches with only 2 can openers. No other hard breaching util on this attacking side. This is heavily in favor of F5, because at the very least, even if Karn & Co piece together a solid execute, you won't be able to open up either, both Church Wall and Moto. Maybe you won't be able to get Blue Hatch open in Church Wall. Maybe if you want to get Church Wall and Moto Hatch open, then you won't have Arsenal Hatch and Blue Hatch, so they'll know exactly where the take is coming from. Either way, the limited hard breaching is going to make it very clear what the execute is going to be, which is going to help F5 a ton in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the hatch got impact tricked as well. I didn't hear the explosion of the charge going off, and from back Arsenal, Checky gonna get a kill. Playing super aggressive here, is gonna look for maybe another kill, and yes, the hatch was impact tricked. You have 14 seconds left. Checky getting a third on that bottom side of the map right here. Ash down, you're in a 1v4, and you will not finish off that 1v4. Great basement defense from F5.
Yeah, start of that round was just felt like we were, having a lovely little conversation back and forth, and then suddenly, wait a sec, you look at the clock, you realize basically half the round is gone, and Karn still haven't pushed the roamers out. And it's the second floor roam that exists. So unless they get a massively favorable roam clear, which they did not get, it felt like it was chalked from about halfway through the round. And that's because it kind of was. Combine that with the impact tricking that I mentioned might come into play a little bit later, and look at the clock during that replay. The first kill didn't happen until more than halfway through the round, and the first kill was on an attacker on the second floor that was still getting heavily contested. F5 with a great play to at least show a little bit of presence as much as they can, but they timed that fallback well enough to the point where still contesting for that map control. They're able to get a kill onto Karn, and even though they give up something as well, they're just wasted so much time that they tried to maximize the time they've wasted, which Karn didn't necessarily make difficult, but that timing on that fallback was great to maximize also getting a frag and getting everybody back safely. That is the most important part, because the only win Karn had from that point on was to get some big picks, and F5 just didn't let that happen.
One thing I think is interesting about the setup that we're seeing right now is you have a lot of Goyo canisters on the CC side of the upstairs. I understand normally people play CC holds, people will play cache holds. They'll try to hold that side of the map because you do get those really powerful angles through construction and all the way onto both windows. But this is harder than I think I've seen for the most part. You see a lot of Goyo canisters, you see a lot of people on that side of the map, and it almost makes me think, what if Karn & Co was able to go through gym and just get it very, very fast, go through gym, take bedroom control, and win the round through there? Checky getting that one pick onto Deity already, though, showing the expertise that it seems F5 have on this map, and the confidence F5 have on this map, even though it wasn't necessarily their pick.
I mentioned that at some point yesterday in the Reno Skyline matchup, it was their pick when they were playing that Reno Skyline squad in a best of 3, just 2 games away from maybe making it to E5. That was the last series they won through that qualifier. But it's a map they still feel confident on all the same. Karn maybe didn't do that research, or maybe knowing that it's a map that F5 don't mind playing, in fact they really like playing sometimes, still confident enough picking into it. Still a defensive side start for F5, and only 1.5 rounds through, so don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of calling F5 the greatest clubhouse team of all time. But still, definitely a solid start, as Karn & Co, I feel like, again, are going to meet the same problem, except the second floor is not the basement, and it is much harder to prevent the attacking side from finding angles. Once you forfeit that control, it becomes near impossible to keep yourselves alive going into the late round, and Bray's just going to rock up onto logistics and try and find some more kills.
Bray going into logistics, that will be the flash for Bray. Unfortunately, that flash isn't going to hit where he would like it to. Kill from Bray already. Second kill from Bray in the logistics office. This can turn into a very, very dangerous situation very fast. That's going to be a kill on Honey from Stealth right there. This is a 1v3 situation for Stealth. Stealth with the shotgun. Going to go for Bray, but unfortunately, the Super Shorty not going to be my first or second choice of shotguns to even take a close range gunfight with.
Look at Brayito go. I mean, this is not the guy you expected to turn up. They weren't maybe expecting to have to LF1. I know Karn only a few hours ago posted that LF1 tweet for Element 5. And I don't know if Bray is the long-term solution, but man, is he having himself a trial today in terms of just looking at this round specifically. He was doing pretty well on the last map, but that's the first round where we really saw him step into his own. And look at the potential this guy has to just take over with the fragging. He comes from console like we've talked about so much, and the big thing about these console players is that, well, once they get the mechanics down, they love to be flicky-leany, they love to be as sparky as they can be, but it's the game sense that's there from so much time spent playing competitive Siege. He just knew what to expect. Took the first fight, jiggle peeking, knows, okay, I'm not gonna get the kill up top, we'll jiggle peek down below, knows exactly where to aim to get head level, knows that the last player is coming from downstairs. What's he not gonna expect? He's not gonna expect me to go prone on the staircase, make it a 4K. Just from what we were able to see. Very clear that he's got a lot of solid game sense, and when his teammates are able to enable him well, like Karn & Co are doing right now, well,
hold up,
that's what happens. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. What are we looking at?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think
go ahead.
There may be some hallucinogens in the S5 strat book. There may
Am
be
I
some
off the
form
molly
of-
water right now or
Yeah,
something?
they're having something that may not be advertiser friendly. That is a one of the strategies I've seen of all time.
And this is Jim Bed. That's the jacuzzi wall directly into the site.
Yes. No, I was in my
Mm.
head. I was like, okay, yeah, we're gonna see the default mirror setup in the bathroom, but no, we are going to see a very interesting mirror setup that I'm very excited to see what the thought process behind it is, but more importantly, what it will do for F5 here.
I don't know if it's gonna do a ton because they haven't even really gone to that side of the map yet. Oh, and they've already got 2 kills on the F5 side anyway, so it doesn't seem like it's gonna matter all that much what's happening towards Jacuzzi Wall because as soon as they try to break in towards Cash CC and just get some of those windows open outside, it's a 3-man advantage. C-Man shuts down Bray. Foresight's gone down too, and we don't even get to see the funny Mira do anything because Carnage is left in a 1 versus 3. It's 2 left on the defensive side, and Carnage has suddenly started to take over. Info on him is going to be dispatched of, and this would be a 1 versus 5 for the man himself. Lock in time for Bubbler in stealth. They cannot let this fall by the wayside, otherwise it'd be one of the most wasted potential rounds that we've seen in quite some time. They are right on top of each other to ensure they can play the trades, and knowing that they're up against the shield, you don't have to worry much about that heads-up gunfight, because the moment he starts to aim down sight, it's going to take at least 13 years for him to finish that process. He could maybe plant inside of Jim, because that castle barricade is still there. It looks like it might be 1 hit, though, and it is. He rocks up on 2 in the same hallway, aim down sight, he gets 1, but he can't lock it out. Stealth barely holds on, and somehow that works out for F5, but somehow that even got as close as it did in the first place.
Wow, that was an incredible round from Carnage B. That was one of the best rounds I've seen. We can't give Karn the 25. Yeah, no, you can't be letting Karn on a roll like that, especially when that round came down to the wire. That round was so unbelievably close from a 5v1 to a 2v1 that could have very easily gone Karn's way. It could have very, very easily, Karn could have hit just a little bit higher, just a little bit different of a flick, and that could have very easily been a 1v5 for the old man on his squad.
He did hit Bubbler in there too, so if he had maybe aimed head level or something, that could have been. You want to crouch with that shield, of course, because, you know, uncrouching just makes it so that your legs can get shot too, but like, he had been aiming head level. I really think there were points in that 1v2 where they had lined up for him. But either way, I mean, F5. This team is so funny, man. I don't know if it's that, like, just something about the way they play or just when they play. Funny things happen.
You know,
that round was kind of one of them. The Jacuzzi Mira, I still am really curious to see what the tech was with that
I figured
Mira.
out the Jacuzzi Mira. I figured it out.
Okay.
It's mind control. It's a mind control Mira. All right. So the plan is you place the Mira there, and the enemy team is like, what is going on? You know, like how am I supposed to not ignore the Mira, right? And then it mind controls them, and then they lose the round, right? That is the official. I read their strat book. That's the official description of the
Yeah,
Mira.
I got you. Yeah. Appreciate it. Good comms. I don't know how you got the strat book, but
Don't ask, man. Took me a minute there.
make sure you don't leak it.
Oh, no. But going into this round, I do like what the Buck is doing here, opening everything on the top floor up, creating that phantom pressure on the side of Karn & Co. because they do want to at least get one more round this attacking half.
Yeah, they want to get something on the board, right? Obviously, 5-1, a really tough half. 4-2, kind of the default for Clubhouse. It's easy to expect. Doesn't seem like this round's starting off as if it'll favor Karn & Co. though, because Z-Man found the first kill into Bray. Just after I, was really singing his praises after round number 2. 2 rounds in a row of being a very early death. Impactless with no kills for him. Really impactless for everybody through these last 2 rounds except for Carnage himself.
No.
Nearly bringing it back.
No, you got it.
The mute trick? That's like not even supposed to be a thing you can do. How has that actually happened? On a thermite charge, no less. That works out anyways, but still.
What?
Can't believe that.
What a trick from from the side of F5. I wasn't expecting to see Mew tricking in the scrapbook today, but apparently they have more tricks up their sleeve than that one Mira. Looks like they're trying to almost evacuate to go around to the windows, but right here we see the Blitz running into sight, going for the plant on top of the table. Already we see one down, Checky down, and the diffuser will go down almost without a fight from the side of F5. Z-Man getting 2 though, a triple kill and a double kill on the side of Karn & Co. Honey getting 2, and now we are in a 1v2 for Slash.
Why's he got the pistol out? Try and pick up the main gun. Could probably get a res because nobody's outside. But Foresight could be on for an ace now that Checky's been picked back up. Only 10 seconds functionally to hop on this case and figure it out. But Foresight's got a great long angle, and if Vic Bands is needed, he can pop out for his first kill of the game. Plan likely is to let Foresight get all the kills though, and no one's on the case with barely any time left, so you know it's a chalked round. Take your kills if you can, but you can't even find another Foresight. As Hani.xset will shut it down and give that round right to Karn & Co. in spite of the opening pick loss.
That is an incredibly unfortunate round. I wonder what the comms of F5 were there. It almost seemed like the plant was going down unbeknownst to them. They were kind of motionless until that plant went down, and it seemed like that plant kind of kicked them into action where they were like, oh shoot, we gotta go now. We gotta really run and get things going.
They kicked it into gear very, very quickly, and honestly, big play from Deity. Team player doesn't show up on the scoreboard, he's still 0-4, but that last round is won because he was so quick to, as soon as the first smoke plumes, get in there, plant in the smoke. F5 were able to react right after he got that plant down, and he ended up dead at just a few moments later. But if he waited just a little bit, hesitated, because there was a guy right next to him on his right when he sprinted in. He had every reason to be scared of making that play, but he wasn't. Runs in, sticks the plant, and that's what kind of wins him that round, in a way. So, F5, gonna need a little bit more of something for these last 2 rounds. I said it before the half started. I really don't feel like they're gonna be in a good spot unless they can at least get 4. Well, in order to do that, you would need to win these next 2 consecutive. So, let's see if they have it in the bag. Because last time through this basement site, the roam game was really what ruined Karn & Co., but there's not much of a roam to be had here.
I do like the switch up on the side of F5. It almost looks like there was an effort to bring a roam clear type setup on, or I guess it wasn't really a roam clear setup. They only brought the Deimos. But regardless, they had a lot of drones upstairs, and they've still wasted about 30 seconds before anybody's in the building. But Bray getting very aggressive here, already in blue, maybe looking for somebody who's still setting the sight up to, you know, just barely get into his vision. And it looks like he might not get anything in this blue.
Yeah, reinforcing one of those walls off. As a massive advocate of the mid-round reinforcement, I am very happy. But really just, you know, works out in that case, and Stealth trying to walk up the staircase gets punished by Foresight. He heard them trying to open up the moto hatch, thought he might want to pop his head up, see what's going on, and instantly shut down. Foresight on a tear this map, 7-3. Both of his teammates who were also positive got all of their kills in 1 round. And Foresight, the only one to be positive and also have kills in multiple different rounds, as both Bray and Karn did get 4Ks, but even still, just goes to show how big of an impact he's been having this map. And by this point last round, Karn & Co. were clearing gym and bedroom and losing 1 in the process. By this point this round, they have a man advantage and are already putting pressure on the site itself. 1 or 2 impact tricks all the same. It's not going to matter because they have put so much more pressure. They have already gotten a man advantage, and they're already down into the basement, getting kills on the site itself. Carnage be in for his first kill since round number 3 onto Bubbler, and though he's traded, that death on the defensive side is going to be a lot more impactful because they're still at a man disadvantage.
I do like that impact there, making sure to get the sends out of the site, allowing the player playing in the back of the site on the AKs to get that angle onto the hatch drop. Now, one thing to keep in note about CGX as well, the hatch drop execute is a lot weaker, but we're going to see it anyway. That's going to be the flashes in from Deity already. Plant is already going down, and it looks like the sends is out. No response from the side of F5. Yet again, it looks like they're hiding the plant. Vic Van's getting another kill on sight. He's the only one down here, sees the player on the second box. He's gonna look for this fight. Is unfortunately gonna get taken down while he's reloading. 2v3 for F5 Esports, and most of Karn & Co. is upstairs on Vert in difficult fights.
Deimos track on Z-Man too. It is chalked. He does have a little bit of information through the floor. Feels like Checky on the case. They've got to get him off, and they will. It's Hani.xset, Hubert Foresight, to get another one on the board. 1 versus 3 for Z-Man. Basically no chance. He'll trade out with Deity to finally let Deity get something through this map. He's gotten a lot of impact that doesn't show up on the scoreboard. He'll finally show up on the scoreboard in the KD department in round number 5. And Karn show up on their scoreboard once again to make it a 3-2 lead over F5.
It almost seems like in some of these rounds, F5 is overthinking themselves. Like they're trying to be like, I did this, so you're gonna do this, so I know that you know that I know that I'm gonna do this, you know? But like, they could have just played the same roam and played it just a little differently instead of fully anchoring on site, fully bunkering in, and giving a team like Karn & Co. the entirety of the map.
Yeah, they gave up that whole map to Karn, and that's not really something you can do, so we go to Gym Bed this time. No Mira at all, so unfortunately we will not get to see what they were cooking on the jacuzzi wall. But still, last time through this site, it wasn't like what we just saw in round 5. What was it more of? It was not letting them have that map control. First time through Gym Bed, Karn & Co. won because F5 gave up a lot more map control a lot faster. F5, I think, have started to realize that it's about contesting for map control against Karn & Co. If you give them a lot of space to work with, they'll set up plays that they like. That's not where you want them. You've got to make them fight for every single bit of the map. Because when they're not making Karn & Co. do that, Karn & Co. are setting up these perfect plays and catching them off through vert angles, through attempts at aggressive plays that are just getting snuffed out perfectly. And so, like I'm talking about, we need to see F5 hotly contest this other side of the map, much more akin to round number 3 when they were contesting really heavily and got so many kills on that Cash CC side onto everybody but Karn. And yes, Karn almost did 1v5, but even still, feels like the read is fully in for F5, even contesting the opening of the windows, much like they did in round number 3. Fortunately, Vic Bands is going to maintain his life for now.
Deimos track going onto the Warden on the CC side of the map. Question is, do they know that he is isolated here? Checky getting a nice little pick onto one of the players playing on the highway windows. That's going to be the Deimos. Actually, that was downstairs. My apologies. But the Deimos downstairs being dead is going to mean a lot to being able to play in those areas like Cash, where the floor is soft and you don't want to get shot through that floor. Now, they don't have the same wall hacks on you. They don't have the same way to just go into it. That's going to be a run out from Slash. Unfortunately for him, Foresight was ready for it.
Yeah, very ready, and that's the trade back that Karn & Co. were looking for. But looks like more of those This looks more like one of those rounds that tends to favor F5 just a little bit, where they're forcing Karn to spend a lot of time to gather some map control. They're not even under control of Cash just yet, but that kill that we just saw onto Z-Man could mean a lot, especially if Checky goes down without finding a kill himself. Nade on his feet, he'll need to move, but he moves right into the waiting arms of Karn on the Dokkaebi, calling his own number, putting himself in the SMG-12, letting everybody know he's still got it, and now Bubbler has got to have it in a 1 versus 4, otherwise the 4-2 half I said F5 needed at least has gone Karn & Co.'s way instead on the attack. Yet again, we see a 2-1 lead after just a couple rounds for F5, responded to by 3 consecutive for Karn & Co.
Now, the question here is this map going to continue on that streaky nature that we saw in Bank, right? For instance, at the beginning, we already saw F5 get 2, Karn & Co. get 4, right? And it was just 2 and then 4 in a row. I'm wondering if F5 is able to get a foot in the door on this attack half. Are they going to be able to maybe streak it out to a win? Or are they not going to be able to get that foot in the door quite as much as they want it to be?
Yet again, double hard breach, double electrocution bans. Except this time, the second hard breach band is not the Ace, but instead the Maverick. So maybe worried about the potential F5 Mav trick. Either way, Ace being on the board as well as the Thermite will mean those second floor sites are much easier to attack than the basement. But that basement, because of how difficult it's going to be to attack, probably going to be the first hurdle that F5 are going to have to clear, because that's where Karn and Co. are going first off. That Hibana off the board specifically makes it really tough, especially if Karn and Co. opt to bring impact nades for tricking, and they've got 4 of them, 2 on Foresight, 2 on Bray. So I do think the impact trick is going to be prevalent this round. Main priority for F5, though, is to open up what you can with the hard breach gadgets secondarily, and then maybe see what you can do, try and pressure some of that vert up above the objective. But it looks like their first priority instead into this round is going to be clearing the roam, because between the castle and 2 players all the way up on the second floor already, it's looking like a heavy roam game strat for Karn.
Now, one thing that could happen against this heavy roam game, and I know I've been saying it a lot, but you do have the Blitz, you do have the Capitao, you do have the Ying, you do have the Grim. You could just go for a sight hit here. However, the difficult part of that is going to be you have the 3 impacts versus the 6 can openers. That doesn't sound like it's favorable for the defense, but when you have other walls to get open, I guess it doesn't matter, because that's going to be 2 impacts off the board. Z-Man with a pick onto Bray, rotating down from the main stairs.
Good kill for Z-Man to get. Now he's firmly positive, and Bray going down. It's been a rough map for him since that really strong round that he had in Karn's first win on this map. Keep barriers out to the window to try and make it so that Karn and Co. can stay up on that second floor for as long as possible, but with Bray already gone, it's nobody in the basement at all. So if they start to pressure directly into the site, that could be the method by which F5 finds something in this round. They're not going to expect the player still in gym, though, and Deity finds his pick back, takes the shield off the board, even looking for a second towards Gold Vault, can't quite land it. But he's got the opportunity to fall back if he so wants, which he will do as Stealth takes down his teammate Vic Bands. Impact nade towards this castle barricade as they look to get back to site together. Half the round now gone. 2 players dropping into the basement, though actually only 1. Deity wants to stay here. He's already caught 1 player by ratting in a corner. Let's see if he can make it 2. Wants to bring this back to even. Would be the second time this round that he's already done that. But it doesn't look like he's going to be given the opportunity as nobody walking in through bar. Instead, it's Z-Man dropping straight into this site, getting pummeled for it, though. The trade is there for Slash, and they're directly into Armory. Can Karn do anything? On that first cross, not quite, but now Deity's dropped through blue. He'll get shut down. It's Carnage alone, 1 versus 2. He nearly 1v5'd earlier. This one much more possible than that, but still the odds are against him. As he lurks up to AKs, they don't know that he's here, and so he makes his presence known. Carnage B holds it down when he needs to, and he looks as clean on the vector as ever. 5-2 advantage for Karn and Co.
Well, they got to start letting Karn in these clutch situations. They got to start putting him. I mean, they put him on the Doke earlier, but they got to start putting him on more fragging ops, because
put him on Ash.
Insane.
Put him on Scopos, man.
Dude, he's going insane, man. Let that guy free. Let Karn free. Incredible end of round from Carnage B, though. Just those few little mistakes on the side of the F5's attack allowed for Karn and Co. to just bring it back, especially Deity getting that 1 pick in the gym on the Blitz. That would have been an incredibly difficult operator to deal with, especially on plant. So one of that being out of the game for Karn allowed him to just fully take over at the end of that round.
Just completely. And that's what I was talking about, where that's the kind of situation that you end up in. As Carnage B, he's constantly the anchor. And when I was mentioning last map that a lot of people seem to think that if Karn is fragging, it's not a good thing. And that does make sense, because it means that a lot of his teammates are dying before him and he's being relied upon to win situations like that. And, you know, you're not always going to win those. Like the 1v5 earlier, he did his job, but you're not going to win those reliably. But when Karn's shooting that well and his teammates are doing enough to make it plausible, Well, that looks pretty comfortable to me. It looks like Carnage very comfortable on that scoreboard. Second only to Foresight, who's been having a phenomenal map so far. He's nearly got a 3.0 KD up to this point. Karn himself still on 2, and now they've put him on the Clash. Seems like you're trying to hold him back. You said let Karn free, but since the Clash rework, it definitely is kind of a fragging up in its own right to put that shield down and swing either side of the shield to play for some frags. But he's really going to play to give up that control early, already moving back out of CCTV, and one player left in Cash, but Deity coming through to try and help out. Bray with a good kill from Cash as well. The roam clear is gone, and Deity makes it more. Knocked down in the process. That could be a 1 versus 3 for Checky as opposed to the 1 versus 4 he stares down as of now. But I don't think he'll be able to find the finish, and the ace is stuck in peril.
Ace in server right now in that 1v4, almost a 1v3, depending on if they're able to pick up Deity or not. Deity walking out for the info in order to allow Big Bands to get that final kill of the round. What a funny sight to see. A man on the brink of death crawling his way in to be like, he's right there. Get him.
The human drone, we call that one. But I mean, that's what I'm talking about with Deity. Team player right there, man. He could have very easily just saved his KD, gotten back around the corner for into construction, but he dies in extra time so his teammates know exactly where the last guy is. It's small, it's little, but I love to see that out of a guy like Deity. That's what makes a team like Karn and Co. work. Having someone who's willing to take a step down. I know, obviously, we all say Karn is very willing to do that, but Deity, right there with him in terms of supporting Vic Bands, Bray, and specifically this game, Foresight. But Deity himself, though he's died quite a lot, most deaths of anybody on his team, more in line with the deaths on F5 in spite of the 4-round lead. Still, 8 kills on the board for him, looking pretty solid so far. And yeah, looks like the captain's a little slow to wake up this morning.
Do we need to unplug and replug his Ethernet?
It's looking. Oh no, Karn's moving again.
He's back. He's back.
He's up and moving. The old man is moving again.
Only a slight setback. Maybe he needed to, reset his back. Maybe something like that. Maybe he needed to clean his dentures out or something. Been in this community for quite a minute, so
insane comms. You said it in the pre-show that it's been like 5 years of Karn & Co. And I went to check the Wikipedia. I was like, there's no way that's right. And it has been almost 5 years that this team has existed since its first iteration. Yep. This is insane to me that it's been around that long.
It has been around for a minute. It was around pretty much right after I started playing comp, and it's been around after I quit and then came back. So, that roster, well, the roster may change. Karn & Co. is eternal.
It lasted longer than your break.
True. Getting into this round, though, I do like F5's roam clear. Z-Man getting a pick on a Vic Bands early. This could mean a much easier time clearing the gym side of the map and getting into the construction. However, that Clash will forever be an obstacle. That Clash will forever be there, and that's going to be another kill onto Deity.
Yeah, they're getting a good advantage early here. Can't throw this one. Karn round the corner at the Mira. Couldn't quite trade out his teammate in spite of Z-Man standing there waiting for the swing. Karn takes more damage than Z-Man took. Trade for Foresight and Slash is going to leave it as a 4 versus 2 between Bray and Karn. Bray at some point was able to find his first kill since round number 2, it's good to see him getting active once more. But he's going to have to do quite a lot here, especially as he's the only one standing. Any number of kills less than 4 would end up being impactless, most likely. They smoke him off once more, they know exactly where he is on these rafters. And so as they pick the case back up, you'd have to imagine that's the win condition they're going to play for. You can't force Bray to move out of this position until that diffuser is down. And so as it goes down, Bray quickly realizes the odds of this round have gotten even slimmer than they already were. Good shot onto the first, expecting the second. There's that game sense I was talking about to expect these angles, but just a little bit off the mark. And as he slows down to stim himself back up, not only do they know exactly where he is, but they're setting up the crossfire even better with every second that goes by. Not only seconds that are going to make it even harder to win the round later on because of the time against him, but because look at all that time F5 had to dig their feet into the dirt and wait for him to move out from rafters. A third round for F5, maybe too little too late, but better than nothing.
F5 have a mountain to finish climbing if they want to bring the match to overtime, even get an opportunity to start going to that map 3. They still need to claw 3 more rounds out on the attack side, and now the only real traditional hard breach left is that thermite. And that, as an operator, you don't want to be in a position like that, because the thermite, as opposed to something like the Ace, something like the Hibana, you have to get close to the wall. You have to run up to the wall and use your charge there. This allows for a team like Karn & Co. especially to hold even more aggressively, play even more aggressively in certain positions, because they know you have to run up and grab that wall yourself. You can't just throw the Ace charge at it.
Another hard breacher off the board. Thermite the only one that lasted this far, and I feel like we haven't seen a ton of impact from the Thermite so far this game, in spite of the fact that he got through a couple different ban phases. But either way, still looking solid for Karn & Co. They've got 3 rounds of buffer. They had 4 series points to work with, and after that first round loss, now naturally that goes down to 3. Still plenty of space. They could just run back a single site that worked the first time. Although this basement site, maybe not the most convincing one to go to. It's the one they had to go to unless they wanted to run it back on Cash and CC, which didn't seem super desirable. But it was only a 1 versus 2 from Carnage B himself that got them to that point. So I have every reason to expect that this round might be just as close.
Do you like Foresight playing on those holes, trying to see maybe, just maybe, if somebody oversteps on the roof, if somebody oversteps on the main stairs, he could get a cheeky little pick there.
Not quite.
Fortunately,
He's
not.
still up here again.
Yeah, Deity has been playing these positions very aggressively. The Monty will drone him out. Monty figures out he's up there, forces the drop from Deity. Now, the question is, are they going to let Deity rat again? Are they going to let Deity find something? Or is Deity just going to be able to run back down to site for free and keep his life?
No. I don't want to do that.
Unfortunately,
Z-Man
no.
right where he needs to be. Mailbox on the chain link position. Exactly what he needed. And posted up in the perfect position to catch Deity back to the site. Deity had done that one too many times. And now F5, with about half the round to go. Pretty solid position. That's going to make it worse, though. That's from Dirt Tunnel. I think that was Foresight with some preset angles towards the staircase. Able to catch someone off guard, but Z-Man is able to trade it out right after onto Bray. Seems like Slash not too happy about the death he took from Foresight, but at the very least, it getting traded is better than nothing. Bray on the smoke, not quite able to play that central stairs position too much longer, caught from the vert. Minute to go with a man advantage favoring F5.
Now, one thing to take note of is the amount of util that is still alive on the side of F5. You still have the 2 Ash charges, and you still have the smokes and the smokes and the Candelas in order to execute onto site. The execute won't be easy because they still have very strong positions and the Goyos, but they can execute here and they can try for something. That will be 1 kill from Bubbler in order to make it a 4v2 or F5 and 4v1. Now Vic Band's getting active, but unfortunately not active enough.
Yeah, really, only so active you can get out of that position. And F5 kind of doing the same thing they did last map. As soon as it felt like we counted them all out, they start to make the comeback. Though, one thing to note about last map is by the time they started to make the comeback, it was too little too late. They ended up dropping back anyways, even though they brought it back from 2-5 to 5-5. That round was all F5 all the way through. They were catching Karn out really well, and felt like Karn were playing much more into the roam game that didn't necessarily hold super well, as they ended up at a disadvantage through a lot of that last round, as opposed to playing into this site defense itself, which, is maybe what they're going to do more of on this gym bedroom objective. As last time through here, they did definitely contest Cash and CC, made it really hard for F5 to get much of anywhere off the start. So I wouldn't be shocked if we maybe see F5 try and focus that Jacuzzi Gym side first before really worrying about CC, just establishing yourself in a lot of different places before you try and walk in on Cash.
Now, one thing to also take note of is, as far as I'm aware, the Mira has not placed the Mind Control Mira. So we are going to be seeing a much more default setup on the side of Karn and Co.
Hasn't placed any mirrors yet.
Hasn't placed any mirrors. Who knows? Maybe I could be
Also,
wrong, but the wall is reinforced.
It's Foresight on Mira, and they freed Karn. They put him on Frost.
Ooh, Karn's going to be able
Okay.
to make something happen here. Maybe...
Wannabe Mind Control Mira.
Yeah, wannabe Mind Control Mira. But unfortunately for them, there are reinforcements there, and so we'll see how they are able to... We'll see how F5 are able to take advantage of the fact that it is reinforced off.
Well, first they want to take advantage of nobody being in Garage, and they will be able to do that easily by walking into Garage, which they now have control of. Opened Mira on the wall to try and deny the thermite charge onto it. That's why they're running it now. They didn't run this the first time. They run it now that the thermite is off, is the only one that you can hard breach with on the board. That or can openers, which effectively work the same as a thermite charge in that you have to go up straight to the wall to put it on. You can't ranged hard breach. And so the C4 will be very impactful. We're able to make it work. Deity inside of Cash, not alone over here. Well, not able to find the fight on his Slash just yet. Doing a good job not giving himself up. And although Deity gives up a little bit of damage through the drone hole, they elect to fall off very early. They want to play this man advantage inside of the site. This isn't what they did last time through on Gym and Bedroom, but I do feel like in my experience with F5, they struggle most to attack. The defense tries to play tight-knit, close together, but now that Carnage B is dead, that could be less possible.
Carnage B was usually almost the, not just an anchor, but the soul of these holds. He has been incredibly impactful on what he's been able to do when even left on site alone. And we will see how Karn and Co. are able to adapt. Right now, you have the Blackbeard in sight. You have the Candelas going off, right? Forcing... Oh, my apologies. Checky getting a kill onto Deity downstairs, getting the fall off. And right here, Vic Bands and Braylo, the two console players, will have to finish it out if Karn and Co. want to finish this map off right now.
Surely they will want to finish it off. But Vic Band's only one shot away from being finished off himself. Case on the balcony is going to be hard to recover, but they should be able to deal with that pretty easily. The jump back in the window is what I'd be worried about, as Vic Bands could catch someone, but the shield is in the way. And that hold from Jim Bed is quickly going to dispatch of him. F5 have worked us to max regulation again. This was a 6-2 lead for Karn & Co. And it might just be overtime and life yet for F5 Esports.
F5 looking like they're reviving themselves on the brink of death. You ever see the patients, they get more life right before they fall out. Is this going to be a false life, or is this going to be what you normally see, what you would like to see, where they finish it out going through overtime and bringing this to map 3?
And map 3 would be Chalet should we need it.
Yes,
but way too far into the future for F5 to have to worry about that.
F5 have to take this round by round, and honestly, one round at a time is the only way they're going to be able to win this. If they think too far in the future, they might fail to prep for today.
And that's life advice.
True.
Brought to you by Whimsic. But
more coming next time.
Next week?
Next time.
Next time. Oh, okay. God knows if you'll ever even cast Siege again.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, nah,
that might be the only life advice you hear from Whimsic. Might be the only life advice you hear from Whimsic, so cherish it, man. Really cherish it. But Karn & Co. back to basement. They want a heavy roam again. They're not even entertaining the possibility of just playing the site. They've got 3 players on the second floor at the start of this round, and Vic Band's kind of playing on a staircase, maybe playing that bridge position. It's only Karn inside the objective itself. The roam didn't quite work last time. Maybe they're convinced it's because they didn't commit hard enough to it, and that's a fair read into it. Deity was the only one super committed to really roaming. This time around, they want to put every egg in the basket of the Roam, and Deity is going to crack Stealth's egg very early on. That's that 11-9 Stealth who's going to be out of the picture, helpless, to see if his teammates can force him at number 3, or at least force an overtime.
Being in this position is crucial to win, and Checky does get one pick onto
Deity on the
Foresight.
fadeaway.
Deity getting a refrag, and now this is where things start to get scary on both sides. You don't necessarily have the man advantage you want on the side of Karn & Co. And on F5, this is still your tournament life. This is still a incredibly scary situation to be in, especially when you're not winning it as convincingly as you may like to. The breaking of the floor by the Ram here is going to create vert play, and we will see what F5 is able to do with.
I'll tell you what, I am very worried about for F5 here, because they brought 6 can openers into the round. 4 of them died already, and Ying already used 1. Bubbler can maybe get one thing open, and if... Oh, okay, Bray's not actually here to impact trick this. If he was in Arsenal, that could have been their only hard breach charge to open anything towards the site, used on a hatch that got impact tricked, fortunately for their own fortunes. They've got a minute left and a hatch open. They've got a Ying still in the round as well with 4 Candelas to run with. 2 nades on the Blackbeard as well, so you can maybe pan those Candelas with the nades to try and force people out of position and blind them so they can't fight you as they leave their spots. Z-Man is on the cut in the middle of the hallway. It's going to be an execute straight into Arsenal in these last 40 seconds.
I'm incredibly excited to see what F5 are able to do with the control they have. That's going to be 1 Candela going out, hitting, looks like back Arsenal, and right now Arsenal is going to be where the drop happens. This is an incredibly scary place. Bubbler does manage to get the kill, which will extend their leash on life very, very slightly. Carnage B and Vic Bands are still on site, and that's going to be the plant. Started, baited, and what a shield from Slash. 2v2 for Vic Bands right now.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and that's gonna be it. Vic Bands and Carnage B managed to finish off that round and finish the hopes of F5 in Blitz.
Oh, they had a 3v2 and they baited the C4. It didn't actually even kill the Planter, but they still can't hold on. I mean, great job to win the fights back in from Karn. Great reposition as well for the Vector. I believe it was Bray who worked his way back in towards the end. But it was just Karn & Co. in such solid spots to try and hold that out at the very end. And even though they had a man disadvantage, even though they had everything going against them, it just works out. Because even though C4 doesn't get that kill, they walk up in the right spots, an early fight win to make it a 2-on-2, the only cover is from the hatch. And it's just not going to work out from that point on. Just no chance. Because the hatch can only watch so much. He's looking towards the rotate. The guy on the rotate actually doesn't even take the rotate. He goes further into the hallway to a different rotate hole. And once you see that, you know it's just kind of over, right? So, Karn & Co. on the back of some very clutch plays from their captain himself, on the back of a very big lead, they managed to hold on just slightly.
Incredible. And that's what the experience does. That's what having so much experience in the scene does. These are incredibly close matches, but what happens is you're able to edge those out when you have the experience of being in these situations all the time. You have not only the experience, but also the correct and wrong decisions to make, because you've made the wrong decision so many times that you start to understand this is exactly what I need to do to win this round.
And a great job to Karn & Co. to do it again. Same kind of map both times through, where F5 got off to a good start 2-1 lead. Karn got on a massive win streak. On map 1, they got to 5-2. Last map, they got to 6-2. Both times heavily fought by F5 to the very bitter end of regulation, but the regulation would come to a very bitter end for them both times over. Well fought to F5. Unfortunately, their somewhat miracle run through Blitz to get this far to begin with has ended a little bit early. Thank you so much for joining us tonight as we end a little bit early too. 2 maps on both of our series, although both maps in both series did take a very long time. 2 max regulation maps here, 2 max OT maps in our first series. We're done at just after 11 p.m. Eastern time. Still very early for you over on the West Coast, Whimsic, but thank you so much for joining me on your first Siegecast. It's a pleasure to have you on, and a pleasure to bring the cast to all of you in the audience. On behalf of myself, Whimsic, and everybody on production tonight, thank you so much for joining us, and have a good night.
Kiro bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiro. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trading what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry. 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run up on the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
Going towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. Is one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Capper getting the kill, but it's instantly pushed back from Snake. And goodbye, Makers and Ariel. Welcome to the Grand Finals.
Range between 0% and 5%. Black
bolts or something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave with the first sign of danger. Not even getting to these fixating bullets himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the sign off. For 2 now, he finds the crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. He's fixating, fully goes out, but it's going to have no edge. Patrick's going to go for 4. He wants the finish. He's going to go down and stay with his teammate. Should have his back. With the Midas touch on this round, it should be easy for him.
Yeah, you say the Midas touch. He lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys in
front? They already know where his position is. Lucky.
And now it's all down to Dead. In a 1v2, 28 seconds on the clock. Phantom and Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hold down this last player remaining. The drone will be coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the clock from Phantom Legion. They're going to make his work happen. Oh, there's a great kick there to right. That was the start player.
have to keep in mind, this is
dying.
Pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser is still gone down. But JJ, here rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, one player on Overwatch, one on the counter diffuse! Oh! He's able to get the both in one mag!
Stop this ball from going down. It doesn't look like going to block. It's fully down from the attackers. But it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Benzo before Alex gets Rival. And now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Blitz, Mike W gets one. He gets two. Beautiful Blitz play and gets a third. A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield. And now all this stuff is going to be Copper on the Legion. And he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh! Player down, he managed to find one to Lumen. It's going to be tough in front. One finds two. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, feeling so together. He just find the Toaster. What happened?
To win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick. He needs off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Tor denied the back-to-back championship. Deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
Mine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're space.